Hello. Hello. வணக்கம் சப்ஸ்கிரைபர்ஸ், வணக்கம் வியூவர்ஸ். இப்போ மேட்சை பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கோம். தமிழ்நாடு டேபிள் டென்னிஸ் அசோசியேஷன் நடத்தும் TNTTA லீக் நடந்துட்டுருக்கு பிரம்மாண்டமாக. இங்கே ஏகேஜியில் ஜவஹர்லால் நேரு ஸ்டேடியம் சென்னையில். வேறு சேலம் சூப்பர் கிங்ஸ் இஸ் பிளேயிங் அகெயின்ஸ்ட் அவர் VAVE வந்து பீயிங் ரெப்ரசன்டட் பை various all and விளையாடுற மேட்சஸ் எல்லாமே இப்போ எலைட் மேட்சஸ் வேர் ஆல் த டாப் பிளேயர்ஸ் ஃப்ரம் சென்னை அண்ட் தமிழ்நாடு ஆர் பார்ட்டிசிபேட்டிங். இதில் வந்து சேலம் சூப்பர் கிங்ஸ், அதில் வந்து ஷர்வானி, கார்த்திகேயன், மணிகண்டன், காவ்யஸ்ரீ அண்ட் சஷாந்த் இவங்கெல்லாம் டீம் மெம்பர்ஸ். அண்ட் VAVE டீமில் ஜியா பந்தாரி, ஸ்ரீ கிருஷ்ணா, முரளிதரன், சண்மதி, ஆகாஷ் ராஜவேலு இவங்கெல்லாம் வந்து டீம் மெம்பர்ஸ். அண்ட் இப்போ நடந்துட்டு இருக்கிற மேட்ச் பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா ஆகாஷ் ராஜவேலு இஸ் பிளேயிங் அகேன்ஸ்ட் சஷாந்த். அண்ட் ரொம்ப ஈவன்லி பாய்ஸ்டாக இருக்குது மேட்ச்சு. வேர் ஆகாஷ் ராஜவேலு இஸ் அண்ட் சஷாந்த் போத் ஆர் டைட் அட் 2-all அண்ட் டிசைடருக்கு போயிருக்கு. வேர் ஆகாஷ் ராஜவேலு இந்த க்ரீன் கலர் டிஷர்ட் போட்டிருக்காரு, அவர் தான் ஆகாஷ் ராஜவேலு. அண்ட் சஷாந்த்ங்கிற ரெட் கலர் டிஷர்ட் போட்டிருக்காரு. Both are fantastic players. And இப்போ மேட்ச் நடந்துட்டு இருக்கும்போது how significant is this match அப்படின்னு கேட்டிங்கனாக்கா, முதல்ல இந்த ஃபார்மேட்டை பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா ரொம்ப அருமையான ஃபார்மேட்டை டிவைஸ் பண்ணியிருக்கிறது. எப்படின்னாக்கா முதல்ல தேர் வில் பி under 19 கேர்ள்ஸ் ஒரு மேட்ச் நடக்கும். தென் தேர் வில் பி மென் மேட்ச் நடக்கும். தென் under 19 பாய்ஸ் மேட்ச் நடக்கும். தென் விமன் மேட்ச் நடக்கும். தென் ஒரு டபுள்ஸ் மேட்ச் நடக்கும். தென் சப் ஜூனியர் மேட்ச்சு. தென் ஓப்பன் டபுள்ஸ். இதுதான் ஃபார்மேட்டு, ரொம்ப அருமையான ஃபார்மேட்டு. அண்ட் இப்போதைக்கு நம்ம பார்த்து கொண்டு இருக்கும் மேட்ச் பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா ஆகாஷ் ராஜவேலு அண்ட் சஷாந்த். அது வந்து என்னென்னா சப் ஜூனியர் மேட்ச். ஒரு மேட்சும் ரொம்ப ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டண்ட்டு. ஒரு மேட்சும் வின் பண்ண அந்த டீமுக்கு பாயிண்ட்ஸ் வந்துட்டுருக்கு. அண்ட் இப்போ இந்த பார்க்குற ஒரு 7 மேட்சஸ்லையும் யார் வின் பண்ணுறாங்களோ whoever wins they will be termed as the winner. and the points கணக்குங்கிறதுனால it will be absolute ஜாஃபர்னு சொல்லலாம். ஏன்னா ஒரு பாயிண்ட் விட்டிங்கன்னா கூட அடுத்த பாயிண்டில் பிடிச்சிடலாம். அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு ஃபண்டாஸ்டிக் ஃபார்மேட்டு. அண்டு ஒரு டீமாக ஆடுறது தான் ஒரு கணக்கு. ஏன்னா இண்டிவிஜுவல் ஸ்போர்ட்டில் ஒரு டீம் காம்படிஷன் வரும்போது இட் இஸ் ஸோ யூனிக். என்னத்தினாலனா எவ்ரிபடி வில் பி பிளேயிங் their own matches for their own selves. அண்ட் இப்போ டீமுக்காக விளையாடுறது அப்படிங்கிறது இட் கம்ஸ் அ பார்ட் அண்ட் பார்சல் ஆஃப் திஸ் மேட்ச். தேர் வி சி சஷாந்த் பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா 3 ball 4 ball இதில் க்ளோஸில் முடியறது. ஸோ வேர் நவ் தே ஹவ் gone for a break. Players have gone for a break. We will jump into a short break and we'll get back very shortly. Dear viewers, welcome back. இப்போ பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கோம் ஆகாஷ் ராஜவேலு அண்ட் Sashant Ramaswamy இவங்க ரெண்டு பேரும் the sub junior match ஆடிட்டு இருக்காங்க. Both are playing for VAVE and SSK Salem Super Kings அப்படிங்கிறது டீம் பேரு. And these are all formats where most of these teams are picked up by people who can afford and who have got that absolute interest and passion for the sport. Team own பண்ணிட்டு அந்த டீமை வந்து இது நல்லா groom பண்ணி, you have a coach, you have what not, and then try to bring out the best in players, bring out a fantastic camaraderie between the people, between the players as well as coaches. நிறைய பேர் are into action. பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நிறைய மேட்சஸ் நடந்துட்டு இருக்கு where there are a lot of categories னு சொல்லலாம். elite is one. இப்போ நம்ம விட்னஸ் பண்ணுறது elite category match, elite, open, corporate, social clubs plus sub junior. இந்த ஒரு categoriesலயும் டீம்ஸ் இருக்கு. So effectively that is how this system is built on. And இப்போ பார்க்குறோம் ஆகாஷ் ராஜவேலு அண்ட் சர்வ் இந்த டிசைடரில் போயிட்டு இருக்கு. ஒரு மேட்சும் இப்போ டிசைடரில் போகிற மாதிரி தான் இருக்குது. பிகாஸ் ஈச் அண்ட் எவ்ரி பிளேயர் இஸ் so good. And இந்த ஃபார்மேட்டில் ஈச் அண்ட் எவ்ரி பிளேயர் ஹஸ் காட் அ சான்ஸ் டு ரியலி publicize or come out with his talent அப்படின்னு தான் இருக்குது. ஏகேஜி ஜவஹர்லால் நேரு ஸ்டேடியமில் இருக்குது. ஏகேஜி இஸ் an academy. It is run by the two Raw brothers. And இங்கே இந்த அகாடமியில் தான் இப்போ டோர்னமெண்ட் நடந்துருக்கு. TNTTA தமிழ்நாடு டேபிள் டென்னிஸ் அசோசியேஷன் நடத்துகிற TNTTA லீக். This is what is happening right now. This is not the state ranking tournament. This is the TNTTA league. TNTTA leaguக்கும் ஸ்டேட் ரேங்கிங்க்கும் என்ன வித்தியாசம்னா, ஸ்டேட் ரேங்கிங்க்கு இட்ஸ் an individual game where each and every person gets an opportunity to really make it big. TNTTA league அதில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா each and every player works as a team, in a team, and then gets to benefit out of the team composition, out of the knowledge and skill and whatever. So effectively இது மாதிரி பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு அசைன்மெண்ட் ஆர் இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு குரூப்பிங் பண்ணது the phenomenal work அப்படிங்கிறது தான் நான் சொல்லுவேன். we have to appreciate and applaud the works of TNTTA. பியூட்டிஃபுல்லி synchronized, பியூட்டிஃபுல்லி பிளான்ட். இங்கே பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா அந்த கூட்டம் அப்படியே சும்மா பிரமாதமாக இருக்குது. ஒரு ஃபெஸ்டிவ் லுக் இருக்குது. we are the 30th of December 2023. we are almost in the final stages of closing of this year. but then இங்கே பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா ரொம்ப பிரமாதமான ஒரு விட்னஸ் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம். ஒரு ஃபெஸ்டிவ் லுக்கு சொல்லலாம். and we have fantastic competition. அதுதான் இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். மோர் இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் என்னன்னாக்கா where people are there, all very good players, top players are all there. And then more importantly, all the players who have been here are all phenomenal players. So that helps in the quality of the game. The quality of table tennis, what we are witnessing here, is simply fantastic அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி தான் சொல்லுவேன். வேற இங்கே ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ரவுண்ட் செகண்ட் ரவுண்டுங்கிற பிஸ்னஸே கிடையாது. எவ்ரிதிங் இஸ் டீம் மேனேஜ்டு, டீம் ரன். ஸோ யூ வில் ஹேவ் டு ஒர்க் ஃபார் யுவர் டீம், யூ வில் ஹேவ் டு புட் இன் தர் எஃபர்ட்ஸ் ஃபார் யுவர் டீம், and you will have to ensure that you play as a team. These are all the things which have come up of late, and TNTTA has grabbed that opportunity to ensure that players are benefited. Main attribute என்னன்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா, the players have to be benefited, the coaches have to be benefited, the fraternity will have to be benefited. ஸோ அதுக்கு என்னென்ன வழி அப்படிங்கிறது இது தொடக்கமாக இருக்குது. This is something which will definitely ensure that all the players are brought in and made to really work on their skills as well as enjoy the benefit that accrues because of that. இப்போ பார்த்தோம்னாக்கா now Sashant Ramaswamy is on the lead அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவேன். where Akash Rajavelu is slightly trailing the decider 2-all பண்ணிட்டு இப்போ now Sashant Ramaswamy is on the march towards victory தான் இருக்கு. number of points that are adrift between these two are alarming இருக்கு. that is one reason. second reason is in the level whether you will be able to still manage and bring back the equality அப்படிங்கிறது தெரியல எனக்கு. பாருங்க, fantastic rally between both of them. absolutely dog tired. என்னன்னு கேட்டிங்கனாக்கா நிறைய மேட்சஸ் ஆடுறாங்க, அட்டம் ஸ்ட்ரெச் கண்டினியூஸாக விளையாடிட்டே இருக்காங்க. ஸோ எஃபெக்டிவ்லி இட் இஸ் நேச்சுரல் தட் தே ஃபீல் அ பிட் டயர்ட் அவுட். பட் விடக்கூடாது, அந்த மைண்ட் ஷுட் சே தட் விடக்கூடாது, நான் விடமாட்டேன், பிடிச்சி இழுத்து வந்துட்டு இருக்கேன் மேட்சஸை அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு ஃபார்மேட்டில் இருக்கிறதுனால யூ வில் ஃபைண்ட் தட் மெனி டாப் நாட்ச் பிளேயர்ஸ் ஆர் ஆல் இன் அப்சல்யூட் in the top of their form னு சொல்லுவேன். this effectively after this comes the TNTTSL அந்த SSL TNTTSL லீக். அந்த லீக் ஃபார்மேட்டு ஒரு நல்ல ஃபார்மேட்டு, பிரமாதமான ஃபார்மேட்டு. அந்த ஃபார்மேட்டுக்கும் there is an auction which is there just set up. ஸோ அந்த ஆக்ஷனில் பார்ட்டிசிபேட் பண்ணுறதுக்கு ஒரு பேசிக் க்ரைட்டீரியா என்னன்னாக்கா, ஒரு நல்ல பர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் இன் திஸ் TNTTA லீக் போட்டிங்கனாக்கா யூ வில் ஆல்சோ கெட் சோல்ட் அவுட் ஃபார் சம் good money. So effectively auction system வந்து டேபிள் டென்னிஸில் தமிழ்நாடுல these are all things, welcome changes that have been made in the Tamil Nadu Table Tennis Association உடைய ஏஜிஸ்ல இருந்து பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கோம். So many changes have been made, so many absolute sunners for players and all those connected with the fraternity la நடந்துட்டு இருக்கு. Then there we find Akash Rajavelu trying to just sneak in, but the lead is too much. 10-5 அங்கே நம்ம இழுத்து தெரிச்சுன்னு பிரிச்சுன்னு வர முடியுமா அப்படிங்கிறது பார்த்தா you have to have loads and loads of mental strength. அப்படி இருந்தால் தான் வர முடியும். அப்போ of course Akash Rajavelu, having said that, he is not a small time player, he is a very big player. இந்த நேஷனல் ஹொரைசனில் நல்லா பர்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணியிருக்காரு. இன்ஃபேக்ட் ரீசென்ட்லி ஆல்சோ ஹி ஹேஸ் டேக்கன் த போடியம் ஃபினிஷ் அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவேன். ஆகாஷ் ராஜவேலு இஸ் பிட்டட் அகேன்ஸ்ட் த சஷாந்த் ராமசுவாமி. அண்ட் இதில் இந்த ஃபார்மேட்டில் என்ன பியூட்டிஃபுல் ஃபார்மேட்டில் என்னன்னாக்கா, ஈச் அண்ட் எவ்ரி ஒன் மைட் பிலாங் டு அ டிஃப்ரெண்ட் அகாடமி. இந்த அகாடமியிலேருந்து டிஃப்ரெண்ட்டாக இருந்தால் கூட யூ ஆல் ஃபங்க்ஷன் அஸ் அ டீம், பிரிங் அவுட் த பெஸ்ட் அண்ட் தென் ஷோ யுவர் ஸ்கில் செட்ஸ் அண்ட் லாட் ஆஃப் positives என்னன்னு கேட்டிங்கனாக்கா, all these players learn from whatever they have been doing and from what they have not done earlier. Different coaches, different aspirations, different settings. இதெல்லாம் பார்க்கறச்ச we find that this format is something phenomenal. Akash Rajavelu is now serving. இந்த நேரத்தில் ரொம்ப டைட் ஃபினிஷாக இருக்கணும், because this is only 1 point he has got to lose and other match போய்டும். And Seshant Ramaswamy is not the one who to give up, but of course yes, you leftly or rightly அப்படி திருப்பும்போது பால், there are occasions when you might lose track of the sequence. So there is one more point which is added to the tally for Akash Rajavelu. பார்த்துக்கிறார் ஸ்கோர் போர்டை, என்ன ஸ்கோர் இருக்குது அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு. And he is definitely playing to the scores and நல்ல மனசில் வச்சுட்டு கான்ஷியஸாக இருக்காரு. And there he prepares to serve. பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா பியூட்டிஃபுல் சர்வ். என்ன ஆடுதுனாக்கா, பால் வந்து அப்படியே லைட்டாக ப்ரெஸ் பண்ணிட்டு வெளில போகிறது. பட் தென் of course yes, this has been awarded in favor of Akash Rajavelu. So now this Seshant Ramaswamy to serve. என்ன பண்ணுறாரு பார்ப்போம். பேக் ஹேண்ட் சர்வ், சும்மா அப்படியே சைட் ஸ்பின்னோட போடுறாரு. Akash Rajavelu just blindly pushes his bat in the backhand, but unfortunately the ball carries out of the table, thereby giving an extra point to Akash Rajavelu. Timeout is the call from the side of Seshant Ramaswamy. We'll take a very small break. We'll be back very soon. Dear viewers and subscribers, welcome back. இப்போ பார்த்தோம்னாக்கா, இப்போ தமிழ்நாடு டேபிள் டென்னிஸ் அசோசியேஷன் நடத்துகிற TNTTA லீக், இது பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா, this is called the TNTTA VAVE league, where VAVE is the official sponsor of this TNTTA league. And இந்த லீகை பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா, all the players are benefited. That is very important. இதில் வந்து there are a lot of money to be won, there are a lot of skill sets management. And இதில் என்னென்ன பியூட்டி, the TNTT, the Tamil Nadu table tennis super league ஒன்று நடக்க போகிறது at the end of this TNTTA league. அதுக்கு வந்து it will be very very helpful because the players எல்லாம் choose பண்ணணும் on an auction. இப்போ இதுக்கு auction லெவலில் போயிட்டு இருக்கு, where table tennis also is slowly crawling into fame அப்படின்னு தான் சொல்லுவேன். And during this time, இப்போ ஆக்ஷன்ல எல்லாம் பார்ட்டிசிபேட் பண்ணணும்னாக்கா first of all you have to be eligible. ரெண்டாவது, people have to have faith on you. Owners are investing lakhs and lakhs of money. So அவங்களுக்கெல்லாம் they should have the faith that the players will perform. இந்த மாதிரிலாம் இருக்கு. So lot of good things, great things are happening table tennis at Tamil Nadu. Not to be surprised. ஏன்னா தமிழ்நாடுல பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா போடியம் finish எவ்வளவு காமிச்சிருக்காங்க இப்போ நேஷனல் லெவலில். So now I think Rakesh Rajavelu is more or less caught up with Srishant Ramaswamy. More or less வந்துட்டாரு பக்கத்தில் 10 all ஆக முடியுமா அப்படின்னு தான் பார்த்துட்டு இருக்காரு. Because each and every point he's thinking, so what to do, how to literally pull him out அப்படிங்கிறது தான் பார்த்து. All these players have all been playing together through the ranks, sub junior cadet இதெல்லாம் விளையாடிட்டு இருக்காங்க சேர்ந்து தான். Although of course yes, they are all playing against each other, pitted against each other, but then off the table they're all friends and absolute pals அப்படின்னு தான் சொல்லுவேன். And this is a fantastic moment for Rakesh Rajavelu, podium finisher in the recent nationals. He is pitted against Srishant Ramaswamy. பாத்தீங்கன்னாக்கா with a grin of confidence அப்படிலாம் விளையாடிட்டு இருக்காரு பாருங்க. இந்த சைடு போட்டு தள்ளி both the flanks விளையாடி Rakesh Rajavelu is exulting the way he is giving out a scream on getting that point. That is very very important point ன்னு சொல்லுவேன். 10 all it has become, and VAVE is still in play அப்படிங்கிறத சொல்லுவேன். Srishant Ramaswamy days, who has got to rue the various chances. He had built up a very very healthy lead. 10-4 10-5 அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு லீட் இருந்த 5 பாயிண்ட் Rakesh Rajavelu just rolled it off அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவேன். Creamed it and then absolutely made a match out of it அப்படின்னு தான் சொல்லுவேன். Now Srishant Ramaswamy is to serve 10 all, and this is going to be very very vital. The point that has to be acquired at this particular stage is very very vital, and there it is. Chop பண்றாரு, and where Rakesh Rajavelu is not going to give in anything. பாருங்க, the controlled way he plays, and that's how it is. And now he's on lead. Rakesh Rajavelu, I'm sure that even he won't believe that he is capable of playing such a blinder அப்படின்னு நான் சொல்லுவேன். லைக் கிரிக்கெட்ல ஈக்குவலன்ட் பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா ரிங்கு சிங் what he pulled it off from 36 required the last over, அடி கிழிச்சிட்டு அப்படியே பாட்டு ஒரு புல்லு மாதிரி ஒரு ரன் பண்ணார் பாருங்க. அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு happening thing is going to happen now. Rakesh Rajavelu leading 11-10 in this nail biting finish of the decider, the sub junior category match in this elite division. பார்த்தோம்னாக்கா Rakesh Rajavelu is all set to serve. Srishant Ramaswamy has got everything to lose in this அப்படிதான் சொல்லுவேன். And there is the final nail that is driven, and there is the cry of victory. Rakesh Rajavelu from nowhere absolutely barged in, made a match out of it, and then creating history. This is what all top players are capable of. Of course, yes, I could understand. Spare a thought for this poor lad, Srishant Ramaswamy. நம்ம வயசானவங்க சின்ன பையன் தான், பட் ஆனாலும் the amount of sadness that he will go through, the amount of disappointment that he will go through, he has to brush it all aside, and then match has happened, and then one lost, அதுக்கப்புறமா next you march on. That's what this game teaches you all about. Subscribers and viewers, please stay tuned. We'll get back very very shortly. Dear viewers, we are back, and this is C.N. Sridhar who is commenting from AKG Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium where we have one of the best of the best of the best players in action. Tamil Nadu Table Tennis Association or TNTTA League, TNTTA VAVE League, where VAVE is the official sponsor of this tournament, and now by Elite Division where Salem Super Kings is pitted against VAVE, and last match where Akash Rajavelu mesmerized everybody, having been down 10-4, 4-10 down length. He just streamed back like a tiger and won that match against Sashant Ramaswamy. But now next match that is happening is the open doubles where Kavyasri and Sharwani of SSK, that is Salem Super Kings, are pitted against Murali and Shanmati of VAVE. Doubles is a different ball game altogether. You might be one of the best players, but as far as the singles is concerned, but as far as the doubles is concerned, the coordination, the understanding of the players, the understanding of the ball that comes back to you, that is very, very important. That's Kavyasri serving. Murali was not able to really get the ball back on the table, loses a point, and fantastic beginning for the Super Kings team. Samyukta is the one who is playing along with Shanmati. I beg your pardon. Shanmati and Muralidharan both are very, very good players. You can have any combination, but only thing is you should not have played more than one or doubles. Then you should not have played the men's doubles. So, on the Mario criteria, the open doubles will have to be, the team will have to be formed accordingly. Sharwani, she is next the hot star in Tamil Nadu, rising star. Kavyasri, of course, needs no introduction. She is one who is being consistently performing in the national circuit. The likes of Sutirtha Mukherjee put a in the nationals where Sutirtha did not have a clue as to what was happening, and Kavyasri is capable of bringing out such a brilliant game. Of course, yes, Sharwani is on the rising arc. Muralidharan is now serving. There is a let call. Let call from the umpire. And of course, yes, now Muralidharan is ready to serve to Kavyasri. Kavyasri is receiving. Of course, yes, Shanmati was trying to push it towards the body of Sharmani, but unfortunately the ball eluded the table. Muralidharan again on the serve. Quick step around that line or tough in Shanmati, but of course, yes, she was a bit too fast and because the ball came slightly slowly and the ball took a different direction. The combination is very, very important. Doubles, it's not something like what you play singles again and again. We have to remember that you might be one of the best players in singles, but then that doesn't give any visa for you to really travel as a champion travel pandradhukku visa kediyadhu. It has to be very, very meticulously planned one. You have to understand not only the ball, you have to understand the partner as well. So that is how this format is, and wonderful format where the elite team, each and every team gets to play the others once. The elite team, it is all purchased. They are all given to those who are willing to invest some money and effort on that. So there are about 8 people who have invested, and of course, yes, the winning prize also is huge. Elite prize money and it's not surprising that this is taking the right direction as far as the sports is concerned. The sports encouragement is very, very important, both from the private sector as well as the government. The government has already been supporting quite a bit, and of course, yes, once the private the philanthropists come into play, then it is going to be a different dimension altogether. And what we are witnessing is the open doubles match between Salem Super Kings and VAVE India. Salem Super Kings represented by Sarvani and Kavyasri, and VAVE represented by Muralidharan and Shanmati. Muralidharan on serve. Short serve. Kavyasri trying to just jump over and then knock it out with her backhand, but unfortunately not able to get the ball beyond the net. Point for Shanmati and Muralidharan. And there it is. The first match, first session, first set is going to be very, very critical in the format. Each and every match is very important. How you beat the opponent, how you literally frame the match and win it is very important, because the more straight wins you have, it might help you in the overall context of the points and the point system. After all this league, you have the semi-finals and then the finals, wherein the top 4 team will be playing the knockout. So semi-finals first and then the finals, and who comes victorious, they will all be literally absolutely languished and the happiness, they will be hallucinating, because the championship is not something which comes free of cost, nor is it literally available on a platter. It has to be worked for, it has to be purchased with quite a lot of efforts. And there's the break where Kavyasri and Shanmati are discussing with their coaches. On the other hand, Muralidharan and Shanmati, they have gone and they are discussing with their coach. Srivatsa Chakrabarti, the coach for VAVE, he is involved in VAVE as well as one of the main contributories. And the contribution from Srivatsa is can always never be undermined, because he is somebody who has literally thrown everything to the table tennis arena and being a champion earlier, and then of course creating opportunities and the skill sets amongst the very, very many people, very youngsters. Srivatsa Chakrabarti is some name which augurs well in Tamil Nadu table tennis. Now everybody is ready. Kavyasri. Yes, and there it is. First game has been pulled out by Shanmati and Muralidharan, and now of course Kavyasri and Shanmati must be thinking what is literally happening, because both of them individually are very good players. And then you don't have to be superstars to win doubles tournament. You have to be absolutely spot on in terms of connecting your partner, connecting the ball, putting the ball in the right places, and absolutely getting back those difficult balls. And where table tennis is a very, very mysterious game, where you look as if you are going to win, but then unfortunately that is not the case to be. If at all you leave it unconsciously, you start thinking about the success part, it might take you to a different level altogether and might even sink you down. So you will have to literally come out and then throw yourself into the game. Where fantastic top spin from Kavyasri, not giving her the point, because that was beautifully put back into action by Shanmati, and Sarvani did not have a clue as to how to push it back. Goes into the net. There is Shanmati. She is serving, but unfortunately Muralidharan puts the ball out, not able to control the top spin from Sarvani. There Shanmati again on the serve, the second serve. Kavyasri is trying to simply put the ball back, but unfortunately the ball bounces off the net. So effectively it's Kavyasri's turn to serve. Muralidharan trying to be a bit exuberance where he tried to go in for a top spin, although the ball was slightly short but did not succeed. One change of serve by Kavyasri. Muralidharan puts it back into the net, so effectively it's going to be a very, very, very important game as far as Muralidharan and Shanmati is concerned. ரெண்டு பேருமே ரொம்ப நல்லா விளையாடக்கூடிய talent தான். All the four players who are playing there, whom you are witnessing on the screen, they're all capable of performing to the best of their abilities on any given day. In fact, I would say that on a singles level, but on a doubles level, you'll have to coordinate well. You'll have to keep playing together always. You should understand the concepts of how the other player plays. Not necessarily you should be a very big player or an average player. The only thing is consistency here. Doubles edutale consistency da. You might be absolutely brilliant, but then brilliance in table tennis, especially in doubles, may not be too important, because it also depends on how the other player plays and how you enable the other player, how you create opportunities for the other player, how the other player creates the opportunity for you. So it's basically a run between two good players. Pathina brilliant Muralidharan on the wide far corner of the forehand. Every tally not the players on the other side were Kavisri and Sarvani were not expecting the ball to come to that side. That's important. That's important. Sometimes it happens that you err on the wrong side, but unfortunately this is a doubles game, the open doubles in Solvanga, where both Kavyasri and Sarvani are trying to literally match the skill of Shanmati and Muralidharan. Because yes, the second game, first game has already been pocketed by Shanmati and Muralidharan. The second game point second set, I would say, in technical terms, it is the second set. And there it is, Kavyasri back and thuddle, where pushing it to the far end corner, the forehand corner. You don't allow the opponent to really come and have a bat also near ball. Effectively, there is Muralidharan on the serve, and there is an error on the serve. That gives the point as well as the set to Sarvani and Kavyasri. It's 1-1. We'll take a very, very short break. We'll be back very soon. Welcome back viewers. பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா இங்கே டபுள்ஸ் மேட்ச் நடந்துருக்கு பிட்வீன் ஓப்பன் டபுள்ஸ் பிட்வீன் சேலம் சூப்பர் கிங்ஸ் அண்ட் வேவ் இந்தியா. அங்கே சேலம் சூப்பர் கிங்ஸ் வந்து கொஞ்சம் அப்படி பின்தங்கி இருக்காங்கன்னு தோன்றுறது. பட் அஃப்கோர்ஸ் எஸ், திஸ் இஸ் சம்திங் விச் விச் கேன் ஆல்வேஸ் பி ரெஸ்டோர்டு அப்படின்னு சொல்லலாம். என்ன ரீசன் கேட்டிங்கனாக்கா, திஸ் கேம் இஸ் வெரி மிஸ்டீரியஸ் கேம். ஒரு 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 கடத்தில் வின் பண்ணுற மாதிரி இருக்கும். பட் ஆனால் அது தோல்வி ஆடி போயிட்டு இருக்கும். ஒரு சில வாட்டியெல்லாம் என்ன ஆகும்னாக்கா, நீங்கள் வந்து தோற்று போயிடுவோம் அப்படின்னு நினச்சிட்டு இருப்பீங்க. பட் ஆனால் அந்த மேட்ச் வந்து ரொம்ப ஈஸியாக வின் பண்ணுற மாதிரி ஒரு சூழ்நிலை வந்துடும். ஸோ எஃபெக்டிவ் இந்த கேம் வந்து ரொம்ப மிஸ்டீரியஸ்ன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. தட் இஸ் எக்ஸாக்ட்லி வாட் இஸ் ஹேப்பனிங். பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா முரளிதரன் ஆன் சர்வ், சண்மதியோடைய அண்டர் கட் பால் வந்து அப்படியே தூக்கின்னு வெளில போயிட்டு பாருங்கள். அப்படியே டேபிள் மேலேருந்து வெளில போயிடுத்து, விச் எஃபெக்டிவ்லி gives the point as well as the set to Kavyasri and Sharmati and Sharmani. So effectively now they lead 2-1, where Kavyasri and Sharmani are leading 2-1 against Sharmati and Muralidharan. While the next set is going to start, we'll take a very very short break. We'll be back very soon. Dear viewers, we are back now with a different team. பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா இப்போ now elite matchலியே யுனைடெட் ப்ளூஸ் அந்த டீமுக்கும் சென்னை அச்சீவர்ஸ் இந்த டீமுக்கும் இப்போ ரெண்டுத்துக்கும் மேட்சஸ் இப்போ ஓப்பன் டபுள்ஸ் நடந்துட்டு இருக்கு. சென்னை அச்சீவர்ஸ் represented by நித்யஸ்ரீ மணி and Ananya, whereas under United Blues is being represented by Harshavardhini and Ruben. So effectively in the rendu matchum point irukku where Chennai Achievers have already pocketed 2 sets. The third set was pocketed by United Blues. இது ரொம்ப சுவாரஸ்யமாக போயிட்டு இருக்கிற மேட்ச் இது. This is a doubles open doubles match between these 4 players. பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா not much of difference. எல்லாமே ரொம்ப பிரமாதமான players. Maybe hardly around about 2 to 3% here and there இருக்கலாம், but that will be insignificant when it comes to a match scenario. Even a person who is very well established may not meet the skill sets of another person, but ultimately in table tennis it's a very mysterious game, as everybody knows. This is very hard to chew, very hard to believe that you will have to be more and more consistent on the table rather than being very absolutely dynamic or brilliant. அப்படின்ட்டு நிறைய பண்டிட்ஸ் சொல்லுவாங்க. You don't have to be absolutely superlative, you have to be only consistent. That is the only mantra in table tennis அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. And now we have a service by Ananya, where the ball was totally in the backhand of Ruben, and who pushed it to the forehand corner of Nityashree Mani, who literally finished it off. And there it is again, the players getting into a sort of mistrust between themselves. In the mistrust between themselves, it is a different coinage. It is not that you are not trusting the opponent, it is not trusting yourself. அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு கான்செப்டில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா you will find that you are not performing to the capabilities of what you are capable of. நீங்கள் பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா beautifully pushed and the long அப்படி push பண்ணது where Harshavardhani was not able to really make contact with the ball. A point yielded to Chennai Achievers. Chennai Achievers are now with tell all. Nityashree Mani on the serve. And there it is. Baathingnaka in the mari on any day, on any occasion, Ruben வந்து இந்த மாதிரி பால் எல்லாம் மிஸ்ஸே பண்ண மாட்டாரு. பட் தென் அஃப்கோர்ஸ் எஸ் this is a very different time, this is a different time scenario. இந்த டைமில் வந்து பால் just eludes the bat and the ball just underskits அப்படின்னு சொல்லலாம். And there it is, the bats pocketed by Chennai Achievers. Ananya and Nityashree Mani pocketing the match against United Blues. So what a wonderful game we saw. இதுவும் ரொம்ப நல்லா இருந்தது. Although it was 3-1 margin, but still all the players played very well. And there it is, the end of that open doubles. Wonderful match witness பண்ணோம். So each and every match நம்ம பார்த்தோம்னாலே இது one thing is very clear. Matches are absolutely absorbing. ஒரு மேட்சும் you will have to reflect after winning the match or losing the match. You keep reflecting what went wrong, what is going wrong, what is going right. அதெல்லாம் பார்த்து not only you sit with your coach, you analyze, you try to find out where exactly the mistakes are or where exactly the positives are அப்படின்னு பார்த்து you try to literally overcome them or outcome them, and then establish yourself in the game. And it's not for nothing it is declared as the second fastest game in the world. First fastest being ice hockey. ரொம்ப ஸ்பீடாக விளையாடுவாங்க. இதுவும் ரொம்ப very high speed with high revolutions that you give. There are so many technical inputs that are to be understood in this particular game. Although it is played between 9 feet length இருந்தா கூட, but still there are lots of techniques and skill sets that are to be literally brewed into the game so that you perform very well. Having said that, Tamil Nadu Table Tennis Association is in very safe hands on Soluvan. It's literally doing very well now with more and more emphasis on table tennis players. The money part, the enablement part, the exposure part, எல்லாமே பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா it's everything is happening and Tamil Nadu is all set to become the top state in Tamil Nadu, in India, and not leaving them behind. பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா மென்லையும் சரி விமென்லையும் சரி all the top players are all emerging from Tamil Naduன்னு தான் சொல்லுவேன். தமிழ்நாடு பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா இந்த ஸ்டேட் நேஷ்னல் காம்படிஷனில் இப்போ just now we won the medal, silver medal, where the team from Tamil Nadu beat the top favorites எல்லாரையுமே அப்செட் பண்ணிட்டு ஃபைனல்ஸில். of course yes, it was a very different game altogether. So, all the sports recruits all these organizations, public sector units, they all recruit people who are all performing well, and RBI is one organization which recruits people regularly, and they have outfitted Tamil Nadu அப்படின்னு சொன்ன பெருமிதம் பண்ணோம். Of course yes, but then having said that, it's only a matter of time, probably next year or so we should be standing on top of the podium. This is what the ganippu அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க, the expectations are, and notwithstanding that, players are also putting in a lot of efforts, a lot of time is being spent, a lot of initiatives are being taken up by various fraternity people, the coaches, the support staff, the officials, the fraternity and the stuff. Effectively, let us jump into a very short break, and we'll be back very soon. Dear viewers and subscribers, welcome back. Papatanaka, we are now going to witness the match between Neelangarai Turtles and DTTA 4D. Romba pramadamana match where both are literally striving to put across each and every team that in the format unless and until all the matches are done with, we will never be able to understand as to who is going to lead the show. And of course, yes, the first primary motive it will be only to reach the semi-finals, and then after that the knockout stage, knockout semi-finals and finals are both knockout league. So that is why it is called the TNTTA League. TNTTA League is this time sponsored by VAVE India. VAVE, it's basically headquartered at Singapore, and now they are trying to bring lot of international exposures to players from India. Recently, they had a session at Munnar where they captured players who all won from various states and then put them into a tournament, and according to age group in Munnar, they were taken on a free travel to Singapore. The Madrid initiatives VAV India, which is being the brainchild of Varadarajan. Varad, very affectionately, and that is the contribution from Varad for table tennis in India. But a match of Victor's Parinterko where Christian Fiona is pitted against Nalini Amruta. So, ரொம்ப நல்ல மேட்ச் இப்போ தொடக்கம் ஸ்டேஜில் இருக்கு. This is the first set. And of course, yes, we find that Christian Fiona has got a pimple on one side and a soft rubber on the other. Pimple punch பண்றாங்க. The back is pimple for Christian Fiona. And the நேரத்தில் பால் தரக்குன்னு உள்ள போயிடுது. Even to reputed players, it is a bit of a struggle. Pimple, short pimple, long pimple, medium pimple, நிறைய varieties வந்திருக்கு. So effectively இது எல்லாத்தையுமே கவுண்டர் பண்ணி இது எல்லாத்தையுமே நல்ல கணிச்சு ஸ்கில் செட்டை டெவலப் பண்ணி கொண்டு மேலே இந்தியன் லெவலுக்கு போகணுன்னாக்கா இட் மீன்ஸ் குவைட் லாட். அது பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா பாருங்க. So effectively where Christian Fiona is trying to fire it with her pimple bat, but the ball comes with so much of velocity, and Nalini is trying to literally pump it, but unfortunately the ball wags out in the forehand corner. A wonderful swing by Christian Fiona gets the point for her, as well as the set. The first set goes to Neelangarai Turtles, and this is a match against DTTA 4D. That's a fourth dimension which is given to the team's name. All top players are playing in this format. After Christian Fiona's game, it's going to be Amal Raj, and it will be our national pride. Amal Raj, then Pranav Janakiraman, Kaushika, then we have Nikhil Menon, then in the case of DTTA, it's going to be Nalini, Sri Sai, Ragul, Yashini, and Siddharth. So these are going to play in today's matches. Now first in the format there will be an under 19 girls match, and that is what is happening. View witness Christian Fiona versus is pitted against Nalini Amruta. Second match is going to be between Amal Raj and Sri Sai. Third match is going to be, that is the men. The third match is going to be between Pranav Janakiraman and Ragul. That will be the under 19 boys. Next comes Kaushika versus Yashini. That will be the women. Then comes the doubles. This time for Neelangarai Turtles, it will be Pranav Janakiraman and Nikhil Menon. And for DTTA 4D, it will be Ragul and Sri Sai. Then it will be the sub-junior match singles, will be Nikhil Menon and Siddharth. And of course, yes, the open doubles is a concluding match between Amalraj and Kaushika will be playing the doubles against Yashini and Nalini. So this is the format, and now we are getting into the second set of this under 19 girls. Kristen Fiona is facing Nalini. We will take a very, very short break and we'll be jumping into the commentary very, very shortly. Dear viewers, Kristen Fiona with the serve. Pathinaga rumba pramadamana serve. I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. That is Nalini in the serve, and both the points being won by Kristen Fiona. Fantastic serve on the body of the opponent. Pathinaga rumba pramadama podanga. Push pandradhukku try pandranga Nalini, but she was able to only get into the net. So the opposite reaction happened when Kristen Fiona fired in a cuckoo serve, and ultimately both the balls getting into the net. The service of Nalini Amruta is literally very interesting. Pathinaga nalla side spin பண்ணி போடுறாங்க, அதை மேனேஜ் பண்ணி உள்ள போட்டாங்க. But then of course yes, the rally was not consistent. இதில் திருப்பியும் பார்க்குறோம் the analysis part where you have very, very little time for your imaginative play. Everything has to be done on the fly, and there it is. Kristen Fiona gets a point. Pathinaga ball gets pushed out because of the velocity of the underspin, and of course yes, the service returns have not been absolutely spectacular in Solvay, because each and every time you give your point on the service return, this is point straight away given even without getting into the rally. And there the ball which balloons off the table because the pimpled rubber has got its own limitations. It will make the opponent to really jump up, but then when the spin is too much and when the spin is not controlled at an appropriate angle, the ball balloons out. Kristen Fiona on the serve. Forehand top spin is not literally getting into any sort of advantage to her, nor is it giving the rally, and the rally but of course yes, the point is lost. So that is where she has to concentrate on, and I'm sure Nalini also will be concentrating on why she is losing those points, where the ball is pushed on the forehand, but then when the forehand drive is done, the ball balloons out. So effectively these are all some of the impact of the pimple rubber that happens here and there. So effectively all these are been studied at length, and there it is, a point which is very, very fortunate for Kristen Fiona. Pathinaga push pandranga, ball hits the net and then drops on the other side of the table. The cuckoo serve has been returned phenomenally well, but then the response was absolutely superlative from Nalini, putting the ball back, and then Kristen Fiona trying to literally jump up and then push it across, punch it with lot of top spin, but then the ball doesn't listen to her, it doesn't go beyond the net. That's the point, just given away to Nalini Amruta. Kristen Fiona on serve. And there's the ball, just brave. After the top spin, the ball hits the top of the net and then bounces out and doesn't give too much of advantage to Kristen Fiona. The beautiful serve from Nalini Pathinaga, but unfortunately the ball not landing on the table. So that is a cause of concern, because unless you land the ball on the table, then there is no effect at all. That is why service return, இது ரெண்டுத்துலேயும் ரொம்ப டாப் கிளாஸாக இருக்கணும்னு நிறைய பேர் சொல்லுவாங்க. And all the other will lead only after the ball gets into a rally. And the rallyக்கே வராமல் straight away either on the serve or on the service return நீங்கள் வந்து பாயிண்ட்டை லூஸ் பண்ணும்போது ஆர் பாயிண்ட்டை வின் பண்ணும்போது then that arrests the opportunity to get into a rally. அதுதான் இப்போ பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கோம் நிறைய, because there are more than about 8 points which have been taken only based on the first service and service return. இப்போ பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இதுலேயும் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா fourth ball service return, the return and the பார்த்தீங்கன்னா வெளில போயிடுது. ஸோ effectively all these matches are either curtailed to only 2 or 4 jabs. So அது மாதிரி நம்ம திருப்பி again if you see that there is a violent reaction because the urgency to get the point as quickly as possible, that is the turnout in this game. But ana at a higher level, at an international level, எல்லாத்தையும் ரிட்டர்ன் பண்ணிடுவாங்க. ஸோ ரிட்டர்ன் பண்ணும்போது ரேலி பில்டப் ஆகும். ஸோ தட் இஸ் எட் another the way by which you literally melt your skill sets and then bring it to a rally அப்படின்னு வச்சுக்கலாம். ஸோ now there's a let call because the ball from the neighboring table just entered. Christian Fayona on serve. There's the ball bouncing off. Nalini Amruta, right now she's not having any clue as to what exactly is happening. But now after duels, after 10 all, but now it is getting changed. So effectively, now these are the times when you'll have to keep your nerves under wraps. அது மாதிரி பண்ணு, அது மாதிரி எடுத்துன்னு வர்றது தான் கேமு. So this is where you'll have to be very very careful and look at that the effect of Pimple literally giving a lot of concern to Nalini Amruta. It's not that she has not practiced, but then effectively once it comes into a match scenario with the tons and tons of stress on one side and on the other side your determination to literally put every ball on the other side and all these literally gives you that much of ஒரு கடுகத்தன டவுட் இருந்தாலும் அதில் it will not allow you to literally go for your shots. ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு தடுப்பணை அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. லோக்கலில் சொல்ல போனால் கை இழுத்துருவோம்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. கை இழுத்துறது எதனால் கை இழுக்கிறதுனா திஸ் இஸ் த ரீசன். உங்களுக்கு அப்ரிஹென்சிவாக ஏதாவது ஒன்று அப்ரோச் பண்ணிங்கன்னா இது மாதிரி ஆகிடுறது. தட் இஸ் that at that particular point of time Christian Fayona now winning her second game as well, second set. And now Christian Fayona of Neelangarai Turtles leading this first round under 19 girls match against Nalini Amruta. 2 sets to love. We'll jump into a very very short break. We'll get back once the players are back. Dear viewers, we are back on the table. Now Nalini on serve with playing against Christian Fayona. அங்கே ஒரு ஃபார்ச்சுனேட் பாயிண்ட்னு தான் சொல்லுவேன். ஓசி கீசிலாம் கிடையாது, இட்ஸ் அ ஃபார்ச்சுனேட் பாயிண்ட் அப்படின்னு சொல்லணும். ஏன்னா ஓசிங்கிறதே கிடையாது கான்செப்ட் டேபிள் டென்னிஸில். யூ ட்ரை டு புஷ் த பால். ஏன்னா சின்ன வயசுலேருந்தே கோச்சிங்கில் என்னன்னு சொல்லுவாங்கனாக்கா யூ எய்ம் ஃபார் தட் ஒயிட் லைன் ஆன் டாப் தி நெட் அப்படின்னு தான் சொல்லுவாங்க. ஸோ வென் யூ எய்ம் ஃபார் தட் ஒயிட் லைன் சம்டைம்ஸ் த பால் ஜஸ்ட் kisses the net and then falls off to the other side. And அததான் நம்ம வந்து லோக்கல் colloquial termsல இந்த ஓசின்னு சொல்லிட்டு இருப்போம். இந்த ஓசி எல்லாம் கிடையாது, இட் இஸ் அ வெல் மென்ட் ஷாட் தான் சொல்லுவேன். அது ஆனால் அதே நேரத்தில் இது ஸ்கில் செட்டான்னு கேட்டிங்கனாக்கா இல்லை தான். இட் இஸ் நாட் ஸ்கில் டு லேண்ட் அ பால் ஆன் டாப் ஆஃப் த டேபிள் அண்ட் தென் மேக் இட் ஃபால் ஆன் தி அதர் சைட். இட் இஸ் நாட் ஸோ, இட்ஸ் நாட் இன்டென்ஷனல். பட் தென் தி பேசிக்ஸ் ஆஃப் டேபிள் டென்னிஸ் பீங் ஃபாலோட். அந்த பேசிக்ஸ் ஆஃப் டேபிள் டென்னிஸ் ஃபாலோ பண்ணும்போது ஒரு சில பாயிண்ட்ஸ் அந்த மாதிரி க்ரூம் அவுட் ஆகுது. அந்த மாதிரி ஆகும்போது யூ வில் ஹேவ் டு டேக் இட் வித் அ பிஞ்ச் ஆஃப் சால்ட். போத் த பர்சன் ஹூ gets the point as well as the one who loses the point will have to take it with a pinch of salt that way. There is Nalini on the serve. பார்த்தீங்கன்னா typical Coco And Kristin Fiona not literally getting the ball back onto the table. Very simple basics in terms of getting the ball back on the table from your serve is what everybody tries to get in, but unfortunately not this time. And there it is, Kristin Fiona on serve. The backhand side spin பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா நல்லா வலிக்கிறாங்க. Now the backhand Nalini puts the ball out. Ball balloon ஆகி போயிடுது பாருங்க. So much of spin is being imparted. And அதே மாதிரி பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா third ball, fantastic top spin from Kristin Fiona, not allowing Nalini to literally land the ball on the table. So effectively there is the serve coming in from Nalini Amruta. Sometimes what happens is whenever you go for a top spin, the ball, you're not able to really understand the amount of cut or the undercut or the loosener push, loose push, and you're not able to really counter that. The ball either goes out or goes into the net. And this is one very, very important thing which any table tennis player will have to bear in mind. And there's the fast forehand streamer, jammer of a shot from Kristin Fiona, taking Nalini by surprise. The ball just pitches and spins off the forehand. Kristin Fiona on serve. Wonderful, wonderful rally, and ultimately Kristin Fiona getting the better of Nalini this time. A beautiful forehand looping shot which Nalini was not able to control. பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு சிம்பிள் ஒரு ப்ராட் தான், பட் ஆனால் of course yes, Kristin Fiona was trying to literally pump on it, and maybe she has got the number of points in her side in her favor, and probably that is the reason she is playing with a very, very open mind. Probably Nalini is trying to arrest that and then trying to make a match of it. Now she is becoming a little more consistent on the table in terms of landing. Effectively that is a jammer of a shot, and try பண்றாங்க with putting in all her efforts, but unfortunately the ball refuses to go beyond the net. என்ன பண்ண முடியும்? We'll have to literally wait for the next opportunity ன்னு தான் சொல்லலாம், where again Kristin Fiona trying to smash it out with all her might, but unfortunately that's not the case to be, because there is a little bit of skill set to literally come out successful on those. திருப்பி பார்த்தீங்கன்னா back and push, the ball just speeds away on the same angle, on the same height of the net outside. So effectively ball வெளியில் போகணும்னா பலூனாகி போகணும்னு அவசியம் இல்லை, but then the ball, even if it is slightly out, the point is won by the opponent. There's a serve from Nalini. பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா the pimple is again giving a lot of discomfort to Nalini, where Kristin Fiona has understood that she is trying to literally apply the brakes with her pimple, and Nalini is not being able to come to terms. And there's a cuckoo which is being orchestrated by Kristin Fiona. Loses the point is Nalini. She tries to tamely just push the ball back, but the ball hits the net and says it will not go beyond that. The hard push, this time very, very well countered by Nalini, and that's a point which is going to give her the third set. Kristin Fiona leads 2-1, and perhaps we could see a fight back from Nalini in this particular upcoming fourth set. Until then, we will take a very, very short break. We'll be back very soon. Viewers, we are back with Christian Fayana leading 2-1 against Nalini Amruta. பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா ரொம்ப பிரமாதமாக பாயிண்ட் இருக்குது. திஸ் இஸ் அ மேட்ச் விச் இஸ் காட் குவைட் லாட் ஆஃப் ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜிஸ் இன் பிளேஸ். இப்போ பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜி மாற்றிருக்காங்க நளினி, வேர் சம் ஆஃப் தி சர்வ்ஸ் ஆஃப் கிறிஸ்டியன் ஃபயனா இஸ் பீங் கவுண்டர்ட் வெரி வெல். அது உள்ளே வந்த உடனே now கிறிஸ்டியன் ஃபயனா is trying to literally pounce on those elements and then trying to get those points very early, but that is not the case to be, as the balls are dismissed absolutely outside the table. So adana realization sets in very fast. So effectively, even on the service points, you are trying to lose, and that is not a welcome point when you have to take risk. And the risk edukumbodhu there are a lot of errors which is creeping in. So Christian Fayana is literally trying to minimize those efforts and those risks, and they are trying to bring the ball into play, and when the clear theory obviously, and Nalini is slightly apprehended in theriyala, because she is trying to find out a change of strategy will work for about 2-3 points, but then again she is getting back into a shell அப்படினு தான் சொல்லணும், where the pushes from Christian Fayana with the pimple is creating quite a lot of issues for Nalini. Of course, yes, these players are all beyond that maturity. They know exactly what to do, and then they have come across all these in the past. So எப்படி அதை டேம் பண்ணுங்கிறதையும் நல்லா தெரிஞ்சு வச்சுட்டு இருக்காங்க. Not that they don't know about it. And then of course, yes, they are all guided by people who have all been playing excellent table tennis, who have all played at some level, and they are all guided accordingly. பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா நளினி, and there is a fault on the serve. Fault on the serve. Generally நிறைய கோச்சஸ் சொல்லுவாங்க, don't fault on your serve, don't fault on your service returns அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. So there we find a very very abnormal scenario where Nalini failed on her service. Again, the backhand push with the pimple by Christian Fayana is not giving her the results what had given her earlier. Of course, yes, she also goes by some statistics where she has won some points on those crucial pushes. Beautifully, very well orchestrated forehand loop on the forehand corner of Nalini, not allowing her to literally get back on play. That's a point well earned by Christian Fayana dan solluven. Service on Nalini on the backhand. There a push, the slight push is just taking off and then going beyond the table. So anga da correction has to take place, because konjam slow lighter tallingna ball ulla matikidde, konjam vegama tallingna ulla pedrudhu. That is exactly what we are witnessing from both the sides. Both Christian Fayana as well as Nalini Amruta are not able to literally employ this on the table, so that the error combinations are increasing நான் சொல்லுவேன், where they are supposed to reduce the error combination. பார்த்தீங்கன்னா again Christian Fayana trying to push this with a backhand swipe, but then the ball lands straight into the net and then quickly takes a timeout. So effectively there we are. We'll take a very very short break while the players go out for a timeout. Well, viewers, subscribers, we are back on the match, the elite match நடந்துட்டு between Neelangarai Turtles and TNTTA. 4D, a team with 4 dimensions அப்படின்னு எடுத்துக்கலாம், where Nalini Amruta is representing the 4G team, and Christian Fayana representing Neelangarai Turtles, Neelangarai ஆமைகள் விளையாடிட்டு இருக்காங்க. ரொம்ப அருமையா விளையாடிட்டு இருக்காங்க. Everybody is looking out for the next match perhaps. எல்லாருமே eagerly awaiting the match between Amal Raj and Sri Sai. And the matchல Amal Raj, who is currently in the national reckoning, national team குள்ள வந்துருவாருங்கிற மாதிரி பேசிக்கிறாங்க, because he has won 2 semi-finals of late and he is playing for Neelangarai Turtles. So அவரோட மேட்சும் is being looked at with lot of interest. நிறைய பேர் இங்கே வந்திருக்காங்க. What we are witnessing is a phenomenal festive ஒரு look அப்படின்னு சொல்லலாம், because the matches that are held here are all very very excellent table tennis, quality table tennis. The quality வரும்போதே there are quite a lot of onlookers, there are quite a lot of viewers. Now பார்த்தீங்கன்னா forehand drive by Christian Fayana lands inside the net, and she is slowly getting frustrated in this game. This game is something where you should never get frustrated, and frustration literally brings you down in terms of a match. So effectively பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா the top spin from Nalini, not literally able to drive the ball into the table, fetches the net. The net is a stumbling block அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. Yes, of course, yes, progress of this game as well. And there it is, Christian Fayana literally getting those important points where she is fighting it out to ensure that she sums up this match. Is it possible or not? Nalini is on serve now, and there's the winner, Christian Fayana, finally unleashing a whack out of an unfortunate net drop. And Nalini, I spare a thought for her, because she has played well, but unfortunately she was not able to literally put any impact on this match. Christian Fayana winning the first game, under 19 girls match of Inmanta. And now next is we are heading for a match between Amal Raj and Sri Sai. We'll take a very very short break and we'll jump in once the players come back into the table. Dear viewers, we are back. Pathonaga, now we are getting into the men round of this elite competition, where Amal Raj, the famed, fabled Amal Raj, is going to face it off against Sri Sai. The match looks to be very very interesting, and of course, yes, you cannot get overawed with the champion stuff. You will get to play against players of various dimensions in this game. There are a lot of onlookers எல்லாரும் பார்த்துட்டு சொல்லிட்டு இருக்காங்க, where all these matches are looking like, each and every match is looking like a semi-final or a final of a state ranking match மாதிரி இருக்கு. எல்லா மேட்சுமே அது மாதிரி தான் இருக்குன்னு நிறைய பேர் கமெண்ட் அடிச்சிட்டு இருக்காங்க. And that includes the secretary of TNTTA as well, because he is a person who is literally jumping in each and every opportunity to provide and promote this game for the players and for the fraternity. ரொம்ப அருமையாக பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க எல்லாருமே. And of course, yes, the players have also literally shown their respect by in terms of winning at the national circuit, and that is what we are looking at, because players have to perform, officials will have to enable, and that is happening in Tamil Nadu. No wonder Tamil Nadu is being looked at by the entire country as one state which is literally showing tons and tons and leaps of improvement in terms of the sport. And not only that, here the opportunity for the players to earn quite a lot of money, for the fraternity to earn a lot of money, all these things coupled with infrastructure as well as the opportunities, literally tearing away this game in Tamil Nadu. Pathina, there are so many people who were all ordinary at the beginning, and now they have all become fantastic in terms of skill sets. Coaches have literally taken up various measures to ensure the skill sets are transformed. Many players have also joined the bandwagon as coaches, and yes, of course, yes, it is not a surprise that Tamil Nadu is slowly gaining prominence and is becoming one of the top rated states in Tamil Nadu in our country. And there we are observing now, what we are watching is Amal Raj and Sri Sai, both of them practicing before the match commences. It's a formality that they try to get used to each other's rubber. Of course, yes, Sri Sai will be slightly bamboozled on the opponent. Pathingnaka is a reputed national level player, international level player. It is always something which you try to bring out the best. You always feel that you are capable of beating the best of the best. So that is what exactly must be going on in the minds of Sri Sai as well, as he's got the opportunity to play against one of the superstars of table tennis in India. The service from Amal Raj is literally raking in that the speed and the spin is literally giving discomfort to Sri Sai. One on the backhand, one on the forehand. Renduthime forehand la aada paatharu Sri Sai, but then of course, yes, he was not quite adapt to it in terms of putting the ball back. There is a service point won by Amal Raj. Pathonaka mottham 5 point illa all the points are either won on service or service return. So effectively, that is the nature of this particular game. Polan recently of late were 3-4 points liye munijurudhu. So more rallies, I would say. And there is Amal Raj trying to literally go in for a wild swipe on the backhand, but unfortunately the ball hits the net and stays put. And that backhand jammer from Amal Raj literally screeching the table and then running away, only to find Sri Sai going and getting back, fetching the ball back. And the madri or competition, the mari or quality oda vilayadum namuke we find absolutely etched in our seats. Wonderful show by Sri Sai. Been able to get that quality point. And Amal Raj trying to go in for a backhand flip. Wonderful point gained by Amal Raj on the backhand. Pushed on the backhand by Sri Sai, but then Amal Raj not wincing a bit, but fantastic. He just pushes the ball back into the table, and Sri Sai is not at all there in the screen. Ball just gushes out, and point mellows down into Amal Raj's score. Amal Raj on serve. It's a net call. Wonderful backhand swipe by Amal Raj. Service la set panni vechikiraru. Ball balloons up, and there he is ready, either with the forehand or the backhand, hammering the ball past the hapless Sri Sai, who losing out a point on the serve. நிறைய கோச்சஸ் சொல்லுவாங்க, don't lose your points on the serve, don't lose your points on the service returns. These are all elementary. And of course, yes, யானைக்கும் அடிசருக்கும் அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி, even Amal Raj is no exception to this. Even the fabled Amal Raj, pushing the ball into the net. And there it is, the quick silver reflex of Amal Raj on display. பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா forehand for service support அப்படியே டக்குன்னு readily available on the backhand. And that's the game. Just been pocketed by Amalraj. The first set has already been pocketed. We'll jump into a very, very short break and we'll be back very soon. Dear viewers and subscribers, we are back on the second set where Amalraj is pitted against Sri Sai. Sri Sai getting a very, very good opportunity to have Amalraj at close quarters, to have him to literally feel the pressure what others will feel when they play against Amalraj. அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு சினாரியோ இப்போ ஃபேஸ் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காரு ஸ்ரீ சாய் தேர் வித் திஸ் பேக் ஹேண்ட் சர்வீஸ். The understanding what we could literally browse out of this game is that Amalraj has been absolutely consistent on the table, not going in for any of those super flamboyant shots. He's just keeping the things very, very simple. Basics of table tennis அழகாக ஃபாலோ பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காரு, and that is the reason why he is winning point after point. What all said and done, very good backhand execution by Sri Sai on the backhand corner of Amalraj. And the ball balloons away from the blade, from the rubber of Amalraj, giving a point to Sri Sai. The top spin with so much of spin from Amalraj. Sri Sai does not have a clue as to what to do at that particular moment. And the momentary தானே எல்லாருமே மொமெண்ட்ரியாக என்ன பண்ணுறோம் அப்படிங்கிறது தான் பார்த்துட்டு இருப்பாங்க. அந்த நேரத்தில் he just had an option to push the ball and the ball landed in the net. Fantastic competition going on between Amalraj and Sri Sai. Of course, yes, there is no match in terms of quality, as we see repeatedly the ball is either boomed and muscled into the space of Sri Sai by Amalraj, or Sri Sai he himself puts the ball into the net or outside. So that has been the case, that has been the trend as of now. We are seeing quite a lot of service patterns from Sri Sai, but then Amalraj is somebody who has seen all these things, who's been there in the circuit for a very, very long time, and he is a veteran of all matches, veteran of all rubbers, veteran of all players, playing against the best of the best. And there's the backhand whack coming into play from Amalraj. Sri Sai doesn't have anything to do but just to hold the bat out, and unfortunately ball is not willing to go land itself on the other side of the table. So that is the issue what is being faced by Sri Sai. Not only him, many people would have faced this against Amalraj. And so nice of Amalraj to have although he has played quite a lot of international matches and almost got into the Indian team now of late with his superlative performances. Very, very nice of him to have come and grace this league, and then playing his bit and then contributing towards his team. That's the essence of a team man. The one who doesn't really take those glories into his head, and then who remains very simple. And then no wonder we are not surprised as to why he is still regarded as one of the best players in the country with his quicksilver reflexes, I would say. Amalraj, the man who is playing against Sri Sai. Wonderful top hand, backhand spin by Sri Sai, not enabling the opponent Amalraj to literally come and play because the ball doesn't find the table. And there's the forehand spinning serve from Sri Sai. Amalraj, just whacking into it, just absolutely dismissing it with nonchalance அப்படின்னு சொல்லலாம். And ஆனைக்கும் அடிசருக்கும்ங்கிற மாதிரி, of course, yes, Amal Raj's serves go out, so I'm sure he must be using this as a practice platform to experiment all his serves and his serves returns. There is one more point added to Sri Sai. The wild swish from Amal Raj going out, and even in the table tennis is such a mysterious game that despite being a very very famous person, it is not guaranteed that you will win all matches. It is only through skill. It is only through the tenacious effort that you win. Abdingar the time and again it is proving. So Amal Raj is no exception to it. These are all the generic rules of the game, and as everybody will say, nobody is beyond the game. So everybody has got the day when they might fail or they might win. And there it is, Sri Sai getting one back from Amal Raj, trying to get evens with him. And what an opportunity for this youngster, I would say. The reverse pendulum from Amal Raj literally blooming into the bat of Sri Sai, and the ball resultant just nudge gets into the net as quickly as possible. We'll take a very very short break and we'll be back very soon. The viewers and subscribers, Patonaka, now as we were interacting, Amal Raj is no exception to this game. Sri Sai is able to bring one back, and Amal Raj has fallen on that particular set. So it is all the day on which you play, how consistent you are. Again and again this game is proving it's one each. Sri Sai versus Amal Raj. Sri Sai is able to pull one back from Amal Raj. So we are getting into the third set. I'm sure there will be a lot of pride which will be hit onto Amal Raj, and then let us see how he really bounces back on this particular set. And there it is, the first point goes to Amal Raj, this reverse pendulum, and now Sri Sai will be playing with absolute confidence, having won the second set against a player of no less caliber than Amal Raj. Again the ball being pushed out by Sri Sai, kunjam overconfident RR, but of course yes, that is all expected and anticipated. Enna reason patheenaka, effectively you have beaten one set, at least one set has been pulled out of Amal Raj by Sri Sai. So on the basis la patheenaka, definitely that will be absolutely very very high on terms of confidence. Amal Raj on serve. There's a blaster on the backhand, onto the backhand corner of Sri Sai. Now for the score. High toss. Pendulum, ball spinning a lot, but then Amal Raj knows how to exactly put it back in space. And that is what he did, and then the resultant return was put out very uncomfortably by Sri Sai. Goes, yes, 6 love is the score now. Amal Raj on lead, the third set. Bouncing back, coming back, and Amal Raj says, now you understand why I am the champion. Ball absolutely very well knocked down by Sri Sai and earns a very important point. The first point of this third set for Sri Sai. 6-1 is the score. And the serve is variations. The variations in serve is literally giving quite a lot of challenges, or rather unhappiness in terms of countering them. The serves எல்லாம் பார்த்தோம்னாக்கா now it's all very low serves. எல்லாமே நெட்டை உரசிண்டு தான் வருது. So effectively you have no room absolutely to literally go in for any of your kills. So that is the understanding of the game. பார்த்தீங்கன்னா how you sustain the rally also after the ball is returned, how you sustain, that is also very important. 2-6 and 2-7 is the score now. Effectively Amal Raj on a little roaring back into the third game, saying that yes, this is where I play. Backhand swish by Sri Sai, not giving him any result, and he is quickly getting himself closer to the end of the third set, where Amal Raj, he will not lose much time in terms of disposing of the set. And there it is, the calm and composed forehand just returned. Damal அடிக்கிறாரு, அது வந்து ஒண்ணுமே nonchalantly Amal Raj just pushes ball back, and there it is, the set is wound up. Amal Raj winning the third set with absolutely no sweat. We'll get back into the game. Once the players are back, we'll jump into a very short break. Viewers, we are back. This is CN Sridhar on the commentary, commenting from commentary team. We are commenting from the AKG at Nehru Stadium, AKG Hall of Table Tennis in Solvanga, where many players have literally sharpened their skill, learnt their basics, sharpened their skill, and are on the prowl at the national level. There is one tiger who is doing that, the one who is playing this match, the one whose back we are seeing, that is Amal Raj. Anthony Amal Raj, one of the table tennis heroes of Tamil Nadu. He is pitted against Sri Sai. Sri Sai is trying to bring out his best, but unfortunately his best is not good enough against Amal Raj. Takes a timeout. This is the fourth set. Third sets won by Amal Raj. Second set won by Sri Sai. Jump into a very short break. We'll be back very soon. Welcome viewers and subscribers. பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா match between Amalraj and Sri Sai. Sri Sai taking a small timeout. Both the players are back now. Sri Sai finds that the timeout has done him some good, getting a point after the timeout. It feels sweet, it feels nice. And again the second point. So 2 consecutive points by Sri Sai after the break, after the timeout. Amalraj must be literally thinking as to what exactly has to be done in terms of literally breezing through this set, as the change in speed by Amalraj has given a little bit of discomfort to Sri Sai. Pathina rendu ball he blasted, in the third ball was light abdi he waited on that, and then of course yes, the resultant paddle was not good enough. Pathina reverse pendulum. Wonderful rally between Amalraj and Sri Sai. Of course, yes, Amalraj becoming victorious because of the consistency that he has shown on the table. Not that Sri Sai is not consistent, but then the consistency levels have not continued. Allah point Allah, that has to be continuous until the end of this game. The block by Sri Sai taking the net and then falling on the other side and earning a point for Sri Sai. A beautiful match being witnessed between Sri Sai and Amalraj. Fantastic service in Solue. The ball just touches, nips, cuts, undercuts, and then comes to the other side of the table, and Amalraj swipe the backhand, not yielding result. Ball getting into the net, and there is a backhand wipe. The beautiful serve, the fantastic pendulum, the ball crisscrossing, and then after hitting the bat, ball balloons, and Amalraj is ready to dismiss that nonchalantly. Beautiful, fantastic serve, been countered very well. Sri Sai has definitely identified the knack of returning those serves, and the return பண்ணிட்டு what you have to do is the next ball wait பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கணும், அதுக்கு வெயிட் பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சிட்டாரு. So effectively that is why this இந்த கேம்ல பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா 4 and 5 are the additional rally points that are going on. So effectively this is what we call as the demonstration அப்படினு சொல்லுவாங்க. The ball on the forehand of Amalraj aptly dismissed. பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா the way the quicksilver pounces that Amalraj makes in each and every side of the flank, and that is what makes him very dangerous, because he is able to bring the ball back into play, and not only that, he is also able to fill in some extra punch into those balls. So that makes it more and more difficult for the opponent to literally counter. So these are the two aspects what we identify from Amalraj's game, this crucial match. This is the men's singles between Amalraj and Sri Sai. Wonderful rally, absolute stunner, and Sri Sai victorious in that particular case, as a wonderful violent Sri Sai literally gives out a huge cry, because he is found a way of countering Amalraj. A wonderful performance by Sri Sai, to literally downing that point, bringing from nowhere, getting into the play, and then absolutely brushing it aside. So effectively he must be on absolute confidence now. This game is all about confidence. Overplays is all about confidence, all about executing whatever you think in your mind, and that is how the game goes. And there he is on serve as Sri Sai, and that's a very important point which had to be won by Sri Sai. And there he goes down on his knees saying that, oh my goodness, I thought that the point was mine. And of course yes, he has to fight for one more point that will literally put him on the saddle. Not easy to play against the likes of Amalraj, who's got so much of experience. And there it is, absolute brilliance, I would say. in terms of getting those 2 extra points. Sri Sai is all hooked up, cock a hoop about it, getting those very very important points against a person or against the capability of Amal Raj. And there is the simple Cuckoo doing quite a lot of mischief there. The high ball bounce and the ballooning bounce was simply dismissed in Dane. Amal Raj on advantage. Sri Sai literally taking his final moments on the breath. And there it is. Sri Sai literally letting it roar as the ball off the backhand of Amal Raj bounces off and then balloons outside. Drawing it evens now again. It is Amal Raj on serve. Again going in for that Cuckoo. Now this time Sri Sai has been absolutely murderous in terms of getting that point. Very very crucial point. And Amal Raj with a very very weak forehand double. It was more of a dabble than of a little kill that entered in the net. And there it is. Sri Sai on the advantage on his serve. And there he is missing it out on the serve. Very very absolute mediocre serve. The ball not even landing on the table. Unfortunately, he should consider himself because the ball takes the bat and then falls out of the ground. So effectively that gives an additional point to Amal Raj, who's all set to seal off this game, this set as well as the game. And there it is, the backhand swipe from Amal Raj just going out of the table and brings back parity. Sri Sai now feels that yes, he is in the game now. And there is a forehand massacre by Amal Raj onto the forehand corner. The angles are what is literally disturbing the play from Sri Sai, because the angles are so absolutely intercepted and dismissed that they cannot be connected as a normal on a normal platter, and that is where Amal Raj finds himself to be more on the on the advantageous side. Sri Sai learning all these things. He's understood that these are all things which has to literally be kept on the table. And then yes, of course, yes, the forehand jerk, a little jerk and top spin from Amal Raj, literally touching the net and then falling on his side. So effectively Amal Raj is on evens now against there. The ball flies out on a forehand jerk, and Sri Sai now has the ball in his court in terms of equaling it, and then he's already on 1 point ahead, and he has to only serve and then ensure that the point is his for getting the set back, and that will make it evens a 2 each. Right now Amal Raj is leading, and there is again the service mistake. That last time it was the ball just hit it and then bounced off from the table on his side, but this time the ball goes out of the table and makes it evens. And there it is, the long ball from Amal Raj, giving a lot of discomfort, giving a lot of discomfort to Sri Sai. The ball is pushed inside the net, and there it is. There is a timeout which is being requested. So both the players are now wanting to take a little bit of break and then probably trying to reaffirm themselves that they can. And then whoever it is, it all has to be done on a mind level, on a subconscious level, rather than on the table. So effectively that's what the players are doing right now. Timeout call, and then just a slight reminder that it might be required for the players to really get back, crawl back, and then get those important points. So this is where the match stands against Amal Raj. Sri Sai has been performing very well. Currently Amal Raj leads 2 sets to 1. We'll take a very very short break. We'll be back very soon. Dear viewers, subscribers, we are back with Sri Sai on serve. There's a let call. Sri Sai must be thinking now what exactly has to be done, because two of his service points he has lost at a very, very crucial juncture. When one he put the ball in and one he put the ball out. So effectively he must be running across in his mind to ensure that there's the ball, saw paddle by Amalraj, that resulting in Sri Sai pushing the ball out, and effectively that's the end of the game. Amalraj just sneezing, absolutely nailing it against Sri Sai. Sri Sai, spare a thought for this boy. Played very well against Amalraj. He had his chances in the fourth set, and if he had pulled it off, then it would have been evens. It would have been a different story altogether, but that's not the case to be. Now as Amalraj has sealed this 3-1 and in favor of Neelangarai Turtles, Neelangarai Amaigal win பண்ணி இருக்கிறார்கள் in the second, that is the men's singles, but now they will be smacking their lips for the next match, where Siddharth will be playing against Nikhil Menon. We'll jump into a very, very short break and we'll be back very soon. Or rather, Rahul will be playing against Pranav Janakiraman. That will be the third game. That will be in the under 19 boys section. And we will jump into a very, very short break as the players practice. 2-minute practice time. We'll be back soon. Dear viewers and subscribers, the match which has started between Pranav Janakiraman and Rahul. The first serve by Rahul. The backhand swipe by Pranav Janakiraman, ensuring that the point is his. 1-all. This is the first set. Best of 5. Under 19 boys category there. Elite division le under 19 boys category. First one we had the under 19 girls. Next came men. The renduthiliyume Neelangarai Turtles won. The third game is between Pranav Janakiraman and Rahul. This is under 19 boys. step around and then move it on the forehand corner. Attempted by Rahul. Ball hits the net and then bounces off. Jummun or bounce out the pathing. Of course, yes, 2 points gained by Pranav Janakiraman. The serve of Rahul. Let call. Fantastic block by Rahul on the forehand corner of Pranav Janakiraman. Pranav Janakiraman not able to move quickly onto the forehand corner, resulting in pushing the ball back into the net. Excellent shot by Rahul onto the forehand corner of Pranav Janakiraman. Not expecting the ball to come that side. Of course, yes, the top spin from Rahul giving a little bit of discomfort to Pranav. Re-attempting. This is where consistency is. What is consistency? Consistency is all about putting the ball back, whether on an ugly level or on a graceful level. That doesn't matter as long as the ball is absolutely sent back with a semblance of either venom or without venom. But the ball has to go back. That's the essence, and that is what this game has taught us about. As long as you are very, very consistent on the table, you might lose some, but then the chances of winning is more. So consistency is the key factor, rather than having any great, bombastic or flamboyant, strokes or any of those kind. It's the consistency which either on a block or on the top spin or on the smash, you land on the table. That is very, very important in order to win. And there's the consistency we saw from Pranav. We'll take a very, very short break and we'll be back very soon. Dear viewers, we are back and the games that are happening and பார்த்தோம்னாக்கா ரொம்ப அருமையாக விளையாடி இருக்காங்க between Nilangarai Turtles and TNTTA 4D. First set has been notched up by Pranav. We will be jumping into the second set very shortly. We'll take a very, very short break. We'll be back very soon. Dear viewers and subscribers, we are back with the match between Rahul and Pranav Janakiraman. பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா ரொம்ப அருமையான contested match பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கோம். Where Pranav has been consistent in the first set, அதை பார்த்தோம். Where he was able to pull it off. The second set இப்போ நடந்துட்டு இருக்கு between Rahul and Pranav. ரொம்ப அருமையான match. If you see, unfortunately we have a little bit of a ஒரு drawback or constraint இருக்கு, where we will be able to only cover one match at a time. So effectively ஒரு டேபிளில் கவர் பண்ணும்போது ஒரு ஒன் டேபிள் தான் கவர் பண்ண முடியும். ஸோ அதனால் ஒரு டேபிள் கவர் பண்ணும்போது அதர் மேட்சஸ் ஆர் நாட் பீங் கவர்ட். அதுக்கு வந்து we will make some exceptional changes or some alternatives from next time on as well. We'll try to cover at as many tables as possible, because many of the viewers will be thinking ஒரே ஒரு மேட்சே காட்டிட்டு இருக்காங்கன்னு. இது அப்படி கிடையாது. It is trying to, because the camera's positioning and all the stuff also requires quite a lot of change. We have to move the camera from one table to another. ஒரு வாட்டி பண்ணியாச்சுனாக்கா அதுக்கப்புறமா it takes about 15-20 minutes for the cameras to be relocated to some other place. That is the reason why it happens like that. So effectively there's a match. What we are witnessing right now is between Pranav Janakiraman and Rahul. Pranav is showing all his the capabilities, the skill sets in terms of putting the ball, being more consistent. Rahul is absolutely brilliant in terms of his top spins. எல்லாம் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காரு பிரமாதமா. And of course, yes, there have been occasions when even the best of the best or the most consistent have not been too clinical in terms of execution. And there we see the slight nudge, the undercut nudge going out because of the pace of or the spin that has been imparted on the serve. Effectively table tennis spin is equal to speed nu solluvaanga. And the spin when more spin is imparted, so that adds up to the speed, the resultant push literally drags the ball out. So that is what happened here in this case as well. Pranav is trying to push the ball back, but then the ball hastens after the impact and then ball goes out. So effectively these are all things which literally has to be ground on the training part, as you literally spend hours in terms of getting those balls in, both with undercut, without undercut, counter, the top spin and all the stuff, and how you counter them is what is being trained. There we see Rahul unleashing one of his excellent drives into the body of Pranav. Even after movement, the ball not able to literally pounce on that. பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா ரொம்ப பிரமாதமான டாப் ஸ்பின், and that lands the set in favor of Rahul. Pranav must have been very disappointed with this particular set, because he was in control of the set, but unfortunately due to a few uncommon errors, unforced errors, he had to give up. There are two types of errors, as every table tennis player would know. One is unforced errors and the other is forced winner. The forced winner la win பண்றது வந்து it gives so much of confidence, especially when you come up with a fantastic blast or a top spin. And the unforced errors are something which gives you so much of unhappiness, because you think that the ball could have been maneuvered easily, but then that is not the case to be, as the ball either misses the table or the ball lands inside the net. So effectively unforced errors are the ones which are to be narrowed down or probably brought down. That improves the consistency. So effectively once the consistency is improved, automatically the points stay steady and the points are there to be won. So effectively these are all the important learnings of table tennis. But after all, it is played with a very, very small ball, travels at very, very high speed as well as revolutions. So split second decision has to be taken at the last hour to ensure that you put bat on ball, and then what you are planning to do. Are you planning to put in more revolutions into the ball, or are you just trying to flam it up with a strike counter? So these are all the decisions that you make the last hour, and then you bring it back into the game to literally whack it out. And there we see Pranav getting excited and then hammering that ball past the backhand corner of Rahul. There again is on the other side, and where ballooning happens, Pranav has been absolutely consistent in dismissing them. So the matter of fact is that whenever the ball balloons up in the air, the opponent will have to be absolutely spot on in terms of demolishing it in terms of consistency. And there we find that there has been oscillating consistencies between Rahul and Pranav, both in terms of blocking as well as on the offensive. And there's the ball on a fantastic angle, was seen by Rahul, but then ultimately the ball did not land, so that's very important. Now there is a service error from Pranav, which literally bounces the ball off the net, and then that gives the extra mileage to Rahul. And there we find that the placement of Pranav was absolutely spot on, but then the return, once it comes in, the ball hits the knuckle and then goes out. And there many table paddlers have understood that these are all things which happens on the fly. So effectively it's not that you have a skill set issue, but it is basically at that particular point of time what you undergo and what you have to counter at that particular hour. And see, these are all things which happens in this particular game. A very, very passive pat on the ball which just rushes into the net. And Pranav, I think mentally also this game is very, very very, very demonstrative, and it also gives quite a lot of upsets, both in terms of confidence as well as in terms of the skill set execution. And that is what has happened. And both the players were very good enough at the beginning, but then slowly later on turned out to be who are mentally very strong. They have been able to literally put it across. And now we find Rahul putting it across Pranav Janagiraman and winning this important game. Next we have the next match coming up. That will be between Kaushika and Yashini. That will be a very interesting game again. See, all these players, they have been competing with each other in the state ranking, and the quality of the game has been something which is beyond the semi-finals stage. And this is what we are witnessing. Each and every board, we find that each and every game that we find that the quality is so good that the game is close to a semi-final level. And there comes Kaushika out representing Neelangarai Turtles, and we are waiting Yashri to report in for TNTTA 4D. Mind freeze and solvanga. Mind freeze because mind freeze aachinaka, you will get into a different ball game altogether. You will slowly start losing out on important points, and important points important points will cost you the match, or literally take you towards winning the match. So the most important things are playing the important big points. The big points of Valayadi, how you literally break them out and how you egg them out into a winner or into a winning position is what matters in this game, apart from the serve and receive. We'll jump into a very, very short break as both Yashni and Kaushika will be having a 2-minute practice time, and after that the matches will start. We'll get into a short break and we'll be back very soon. Dear viewers and subscribers, we are back. The match between Yashni and Kaushika. So, rumba interesting match where both Kaushika as well as Yashni have played against each other, played with each other. Both know the game, both know the way each another one plays. So, effectively, this is turning out to be a very interesting game. Yashni on serve. The backhand, the long jab, long push and the ball control panni ulla podama abadiye vella poradhu. That is ballooning effect of that is caused because of that extra swipe or the extra undercut imparted by Yashini. The reverse pendulum, the long effectively that is giving quite a lot of discomfort to the opponent. Ball long or short there gives quite a lot of discomfort to the opponent, because when the ball is on the long, you will not know what is the impact you will have to give in order to put the ball back plain. What a whack by your Kaushika. The ball was just ready, and then step on the side, step around, and then hammering it on the backhand of Yashni. Wonderful point to win. That will give a lot of confidence to Kaushika. The backhand side spin, then hammer by Yashni, throwing the ball out, and the ball literally balloons off Patingna. Effectively not giving any room for Yashni to settle down and then hit that shot. On the fly she had to do it, and that resulted in the ball unfortunate for Kaushika, and fortunate for Yashni that she was able to get that point, because the ball brushed the net and then suddenly it went down in terms of the length, and that's the very important point which is earned by Kaushika at this stage of the game. Winning the important points at various times of the game, that is also very important. You win a point, very important point. You should know how to win the big points. There will not be much difference between the top 10 players of the state, but effectively it does make a very big impact when it comes to the important points that are won at that particular point of time. So that makes a significant contribution in terms of you either winning or losing out on the games. There's Kaushika on the serve, probably a warning by the umpire that she's not tossing the ball up, perhaps. The top spin, the forehand corner of Yashini, not literally being able to pull the ball back inside. Yashini has just returned after a fantastic performance at national level when she beat the more fancied players in the national circuit. She must be high on confidence now as the ball. Kaushika's strengths are definitely to maneuver the ball on either flanks, and that is giving a little bit of concern to Yashni. Not that she is not able to do it, but then it is giving a little bit of concern because the ball trips in with a difference in terms of speed and length, and that is giving a little bit of a. And there we see a net ball, which gives an extra point to Yashni. The cuckoo, the typical cuckoo from Kaushika, and the ballooning ball dismissed brilliantly into the forehand corner of Yashni, and point won by Kaushika. Taking their own time. And there's the point which is very important from the set point of view. getting that point. Most important point is Kaushika, and then the set finally won by first set by Kaushika. We'll jump into a very, very short break. Be back soon. Welcome viewers and subscribers. We have the second set that is coming up between Kaushika and Yashini. What a wonderful game this has been. The first set was pocketed by Kaushika, and now Yashini must be thinking as to how to get back into this particular game, and she's relying more on the pushes now as we see a change in the strategy by Yashini. The ball's being pushed very hard, done a deep cut அப்படியே செங்குத்தா அப்படியே அந்த இதோட வருது அப்படியே நெட்டோட வருது பார்க்குறீங்க. Where all these people have been trained to bring the ball along the net. அந்த நெட்டோட வரும்போது நீங்கள் வந்து when you speculate the height, then it becomes a challenge, and that is where both of them are trying to encash. Fantastic serve on the backhand corner of Kaushika. Pathina, beautiful serve, and Kaushika was not able to literally put it back. She was in two minds whether to push it or to block it, and the resultant jab just entering the net without much of activity goes into the net passively. Opening up on the backhand, that gave her room to open up the forehand as well. Yashini, very, very seasoned campaigner from Tamil Nadu, who's been doing excellent work in the national level. A very, very significant part in terms of the latest evolution of table tennis is that the 3-ball and the 5-ball, 5-ball and the 3-ball is mati இங்கே தான் சுற்றின்னு இருக்கு. பிகாஸ் 3-ballனாக்கா ஃபர்ஸ்ட் சர்வீஸ், the service return and the whack. The 5-ballனாக்கா service return, அதுக்கப்புறமா again mellow it down and then probably whack it. So effectively these are the things which are happening in table tennis now in terms of the evolvement of a new concept in terms of winning points. So effectively service நல்லா கண்டு மாதிரி வச்சுட்டு அதுக்கப்புறமா service return-ம் நல்லா கண்டு மாதிரி வச்சுட்டாலே ஒரு 50 points garnered. Fantastic activities being set up by TNTTA at AKG. AKG is a place where many champions, many high class material who have given their life for table tennis and who have literally spawned up on the field have put in their massive efforts. They've all brought this game to a fabled level, effectively making more and more players coming into the bandwagon, joining the bandwagon. There are a lot of players who are doing that, both men, women, girls, children, boys, all categories. And that is a wonderful sequence by Yashni Patigna. The service was on the backhand and corner. By the time the ball returned and by the time Kaushika could get back, the forehand, the hard press resulted in a point for Yashini. Now we observe the points getting clustered on the game. கிளஸ்டராக போயிட்டு இருக்கு பாருங்க. ஒரு 3-4 பாயிண்ட்டாக போகக்கூடாது. அதுதான் அரெஸ்ட் பண்ணணும். அதுதான் நிறைய பேர் சொல்லுவாங்க. ஆல் த கோச்சஸ், ஆல் தி connoisseurs of the game, they will say never lose points on a cluster, always try to win points on a cluster. கிளஸ்டர்னா ஒரு 4 பாயிண்ட்டாக லைனாக பாயிண்ட் இருக்கும். அந்த லைனாக பாயிண்ட் இருக்கிற பாயிண்ட்ஸ் எல்லாம் அரெஸ்ட் பண்ணணும். 1-2 பாயிண்ட்டுக்கு அப்புறமாவே அரெஸ்ட் பண்ணாலே what happens is generally you arrest the cluster and bring back parity. அந்த நேரத்தில் you will find that many matches are won. So effectively when you lose points on cluster, அந்த நேரத்தில் தான் you will end up losing the game. So effectively this is yet another demonstration of cluster management. Cluster management is what the in thing is in terms of table tennis in all developed nations where like in Europe and as well as in China, they all practice this. Never lose points in the cluster. A very good intent by Kaushika in trying to push it in the far corner, but then the ball doesn't listen to her. The ball just escapes out of the table area, jumps out. Wonderful serve in the backhand corner of Kaushika by Yashini. ஒரு கவுண்டரும் இல்லை, சைட் ஸ்பின்னும் இல்லைங்கிற மாதிரி it is camouflage between the counter and the side spin. Although both need the same action in fact to respond, but then of course yes, the thinking part, the brain part doesn't camouflage that, and then it gives an equal opportunity, or rather the weak link to the hand to literally do something else, and that is what eventually brings about your downfall. On that particular point, as Kaushika prepares for a backhand side spin serve, which has been countered very well by Yashini, and with that the set has been pocketed. Effectively it is 1-all between Yashini and Kaushika. Let's jump into a very short break and we'll get back very soon. viewers, subscribers, we are back with Kaushika on serve. பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா மேட்ச் will have to be the games எல்லாம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா நிறைய கேம்ஸ் வந்து இப்போ very fast games சொல்கிறோம். when you have speed, at the same time you have to have control, speed, control as well as direction, the length, the speed, the direction. இந்த மூணுத்துலேயுமே தான் இந்த கேம் ரிவால்வ் ஆகிட்டு இருக்கு. The more and more you change the direction, the more and more you change the speed, the more and more you change the length of each and every ball, that gives you the extra advantage in terms of literally bringing you those crucial points. பார்த்தோம்னாக்கா அதே மாதிரி these are all the basics. When you cannot lose points on the serve, not give it up easily. இந்த மாதிரி எல்லாம் நிறைய கண்டிஷன்ஸ் எல்லாம் நிறைய சாம்பியன்ஸ் எல்லாம் பார்த்துருக்காங்க, போட்டிருக்காங்க. And there we find a fantastic tussle, the match between Kaushika and Yashni. ரொம்ப brilliant-ஆக போயிட்டு இருக்கு, where both are exhibiting their skills to the best possible ways. The TNTTA oda basic concept is to find out how they can bring more and more players into the bandwidth, as well as make them more and more profitable for the players. Everything is money driven, because more and more sports in India is now getting into that money bracket, and with the success of IPL in cricket and football and kabaddi and all the stuff, we find that more and more people are getting engaged in sports. Once upon a time, what used to be something what was very very selective has now become absolutely generic, and many children have started already experimenting on sports. They've found this as an alternative room for a profession. முதல்ல academics அந்த மாதிரி இருந்தது, but now later on there is lot of change, lots of change that has happened in terms of the outlook, the thinking. நிறைய ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் வந்து இப்போ இதுக்கு உள்ள gotten, they have all started looking at alternatives for academics, wherein they have all taken up NIOS and other augmenting systems. And the mainstream with the academics, they have pushed it towards sports. There are a lot of people who have literally gained insights into it, and many parents have also started literally following it as a principle. Social security has been slowly being established. You don't have to be a champion always, but then if you are in the top 8 or 10, there is always an opportunity for you to break into the bigger league. So that is the fundamental. So effectively in sports, it is not that always the champion will win, but then a champion is one who consistently wins. So there is a huge difference between a champion, the definition of a champion, and the person who is a champion material, those who are capable of becoming champions, but then it all depends on the consistency, whatever field, whatever sport. So that we have witnessed in many occasions. There's Kaushika with the serve, the backhand flipper. The top spin, trying to arrest the top spin, Kaushika puts the ball back into the net, and that's where consistency in terms of pushing the ball back from a top spin, counters a lot. There's the Koku, the high return, but then Kaushika was not adept enough in whacking off that and then completing the point. So effectively, it's going to be Yashni on serve. The top spin in the forehand, literally bamboozling Yashni as to why this happened, and effectively that is one very very important point in this stage of the game. It was won by Kaushika, and these are all the important points which you generally have to win in terms of these specific sets and specific points. so as to collate it and then bring it out into a um, collective mode, and then you figure it out that you will be winning the match outright. So effectively, that is what counters most. That is what matters most. And there's Yashni trying to decide on the backhand side spin of that on that point, and effectively it is a let call. The arresting ball has been pounced on and then whacked into the backhand corner. Kaushika doesn't have an answer to it. So these are all the effective inputs that we get. So effectively, when an analytics is taken on the game, the collectively the points won on the backhand, the points won on the on the passive on the passive pushes, the points won on the weak top spins or the drives, they're all collated, and then find out you ultimately find out what are the various areas where you'll have to develop, and you keep developing that. So these are all areas where many of these top sports persons will have an eye on, and that is how the development takes place at various levels. And there is the backhand push, not resulting in a point for Kaushika, getting it on the unfavorable bounce or an unfavorable place where the ball could have come, and losing it out on very important point to Yashni, who literally seals this particular set, goes up 2-1 against Kaushika. Yashni representing TNTTA 4D, and Kaushika representing Neelangarai Turtles. A very interesting game going on. We'll jump into a very, very short break. We'll be back very soon. Welcome viewers and subscribers. We are back in the match between Yashni and Kaushika. Yashni on serve now. Wonderful floating serve on the backhand corner, and Kaushika trying to push it or trying to push it with a little bit of authority. But then the push slightly touches the net, top of the net, and then flies out. And this time the ball is straight away sent into the net. So effectively, why the ball goes inside the net? The ball is touched a bit late rather than what you think you should do, and the later for a touch the ball it will be sent back into the net. Whereas if the ball is touched a bit early, the ball bounces off. So effectively, these two, the understanding of these two will have to be at the back of your mind in order to literally be more consistent. So effectively, while you do that, the process of negotiation and renegotiation in terms of putting the ball back as to which flank you want to go in with, and that literally, either it hampers the progress in terms of your rally, or it gives you an advantage. So this is a two-way traffic. One is identifying the length, the speed, and the direction. Secondly, the association with where to hit the ball in terms of putting it exactly into the board, either above the net, not going above the net, or not going into the net. So these are the various things that goes across the. So these two-way traffic will have to mature, and this will have to literally synchronize. Only then you get either your blocks or your shots or your drives or your top spins into effect. So these are the basic things that we learn from all these coaches and these players whenever they explain in detail. Ultimately, what literally might suit one may not suit the other. The other might win basically out of skill. The other one might win out of the extra advantage that a person gets by way of the rubber, or because of the effective or the venomous serves or the service returns. So the game itself is so mysterious that you will be able to win a game, knock it off against any opponent who is even better than you or not as good as you, and the reason might be any of those. There we find Kaushika and Yashni putting it across. It's definitely not a contest where it is even. It is definitely in favor of Yashni at the moment. Yashni is leading 2-1 in this women encounter in this TNTTA league being played at AKG Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium, where the facility is fantastic, where the atmosphere is fantastic, with many top players and top pundits, top fraternity of TT have all assembled, and they are all witnessing all these brilliant matches. Kaushika is perhaps losing out on her consistency, and then probably crawling towards the end post without much of a fight, I would say, especially in this particular set. Yashni is trying to use all her experience, her confidence level being high, her the outlook generally in terms of winning matches being high, and that's the final nail being hammered into Kaushika, where the ball absolutely has listened to what Yashni has said. Yashni, being more consistent in this particular day, in this particular match, has prevailed over Kaushika, and that gives a sense of respite for the DDTA 4D team, which just won this second encounter at a stretch. And we have the doubles match coming up, wherein it is going to be Sri Sai and Rahul. Pitted against Nikhil Menon and Pranav. Sri Sai and Rahul will be representing DTTA 4D, and Pranav, Janaki Raman and Nikhil Menon will be representing Nilangari Turtles, and this will be the fifth match. First match, Tristan Fiona versus Nalvi, where Tristan Fiona won. Second match, Amalraj versus Sri Sai, where Amalraj won. Third match was between Pranav, Janaki Raman and Rahul, where Rahul won. Fourth match was between Kaushika and Yashni, where Yashni won. Now it is 2-all between Nilangari Turtles and DTTA 4D. This is the fifth game. This is the doubles with Pranav, Janaki Raman and Nikhil Menon doing duty for Nilangari Turtles, and Rahul and Sri Sai doing duty for DTTA 4D. We'll jump into a very, very short break while the players prepare themselves on the practice time. We'll be back soon. Welcome viewers and subscribers. The match has started just now with the team from Win-Win literally getting off to a flyer. Nikhil Menon and Pranav Janakiraman doing duty for the Turtles team, the Neelankari Turtles team, and Sri Sai and Raghu Raman. I beg your pardon, it's not Rahul. Raghu Raman doing duty for the TNTTA 4D team. And there's a high ball top spin, not literally falling into the board. Pranav, perhaps he has to work on the wonderful backhand whack on the forehand corner of the table, and Pranav just only a spectator to it, not able to literally reach out and then reach out for the ball. Forehand top spin of Raghu Raman, just eluding the board. In the doubles context, we'll have to see how well the two players are coordinating. They might be one of the best players, as it was already told. Doubles ரொம்ப நல்ல பிளேயரா இருக்கலாம், but that doesn't mean that you are a very good doubles player. So effectively doubles it's an art where two people join together. They try to bring in their skill set. They also try to bring in their understanding of not only the return ball but also the understanding of the players' strengths and weaknesses. And accordingly, you will have to rotate your senses and then make sure that you land the ball, or that you just ensure that the ball is kept consistently on the table. and you would also will have to have an excellent reflex in terms of bouncing back from the place where you are in. You also have to have a fantastic movement pattern. The movement pattern பார்த்தீங்கன்னா generally it's a bipolar triangular அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. bipolar triangle அப்படின்னாக்கா ஒருத்தர் பின்னாடி போவார், ஒருத்தர் சைடில் வருவார், விளையாடுவார், திருப்பி பின்னாடி போவார். அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு பைபோலார் ட்ரையாங்கிள் ஒன்று ஃபார்ம் பண்ண தெரியணும். அது unless and until you keep playing it again and again, you will never be able to get it just like that off-hand வராது. It has to be drilled, it has to be absolutely learned, it has to be absolutely memorized. அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு மெமரி வரா மாதிரி விளையாடினா தான் அது வரும். So all this very easily said, but then when you execute it on the table, it's not as easy as how it is easily expressible. We'll take a very, very short break as the first set is over, and very, very easy victory for Sri Sai as well as Raguraman. We'll see how the strategy works on the second set as the youngsters Nikhil Menon and Pranav Janakiraman come back with a renewed vigor. They will have to see as to how they will have to face off this dimensional attack from both Raguraman as well as Sri Sai. We'll take a very, very short break. We'll be back soon. Welcome back, viewers and subscribers. Nikhil Menon, as a single specialist, he's done fantastically well. Also gone on to represent the national level, coming through the ranks. Very well placed on the forehand corner, and Pranav did not have enough time to reach out, and that's the essence of the double combination. Nikhil trying his level best to be in the game, so is Pranav, but Raguraman and Sri Sai giving them an excellent fight. The brilliant way in which it is being played. Absolutely many unforced errors which is coming up, which is not giving that momentum for the Turtles. Very good serve. Now Pranav slowly perhaps thinking as to what is going wrong, and then perhaps change his serve pattern, the length as well as on the speed in terms of spin. Wonderful block this time by Pranav, and perhaps Nikhil Menon was not there in position to literally let it go. The ball flies off the bat. Beautiful thinking in terms of Nikhil, because the ball had to be dropped very, very short, and exactly what he did, and earns a point for himself and for his team. So brilliant backhand nudge by Nikhil, resulting in a point. The doubles பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா ஒரு சில வாட்டி எல்லாம் ரொம்ப கொஞ்சம் அழுக்கா கூட இருக்கலாம், இன்னும் அது ரொம்ப கிரேஸ்ஃபுல்லாக இல்லையே, but then it will result in fantastic point selection. பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா பாருங்க பியூட்டிஃபுல்லாக இருந்தது. Of course, yes, Nikhil's forehand loop did not cross the net, and that resulted in an extra point to Raguraman and Sri Sai, the team from TNTTA 4D. Forehand whip from Nikhil Menon. It was too venomous, and it was too stinging, and the ball did not come back to the table because it had to be fetched from outside, and that is where exactly The plan is to literally make the move, and that was not happening in the first set, and now this is slowly happening. So effectively, I think the Turtles team have identified the strategy. Probably they have thought in mind, and now they are putting into action. And perhaps I have a feeling that the the team from TNTTA 4D has lost a bit on the track in terms of getting it on board. And there's the Whammer from Pranav, absolutely angry in terms of, and this he's trying to chew, he's trying to literally pounce on whatever has been offered, because he was not able to literally get some 3 or 4 points. And Pranav has been absolutely spectacular in this particular set. I'm sure the combination is started working out well for the Turtles team. And there is a miss from Pranav. Perhaps a bit on the overdrive. He was trying to connect it, but then of course, yes, the connection was alright, but then the direction was a bit wayward. That has ensured a point for the TNTTA 4D team. The reverse pendulum. And there you see the blockade, everything was there. Then the push from Sri Sai, just nudging the net and going out, giving that extra point, and very, very important point to the youngsters Nikhil Menon and Pranav Janakiraman. Wonderful display of table tennis on the doubles with rally, very good rally building up. But then of course, yes, the youngsters Nikhil and Pranav not being able to control that rally. And there is just a strifer from Janakiraman. Pranav literally gives everything from his side, and then the resultant the top spin jerk was not pushed back into the table, goes out, balloons out, and there's a fantastic point. That's the strategy what they were working on, and we got it intact in the doubles. The second set has been pocketed by the Turtles team. Neelangari Turtles pocketing the second set, 1 set all, and it's getting even more competitive. We'll jump into a very, very short break. We'll be back very soon. Welcome back, subscribers and viewers. We are back. The third set between TNTTA 4D and Neelangari Turtles. The competition gets even more hotter as both the teams are trying to literally go one up now, because they are evens. They have won 2 games apiece. And what a wonderful whack by Raghuraman on the forehand corner, getting them an extra point. Absolutely forced winners Unforced errors, they are not depending on the unforced errors. And there it is, the forced winner from Pranav. Literally on the forehand with a little bit of jump and pump. The ball bounces off the bat of Raghuraman. Ball has to be retrieved from the other table. We'll jump into a very, very short break. We'll be back soon. Welcome viewers, we are now absolutely hot on in terms of this doubles match where both the teams consisting of Nikhil Menon and Pranav Janakiraman as well as Sri Sai and Raghuraman fighting it out for their respective teams. The forehand loosener from Nikhil Menon not finding the table, and that ends the set. Now DTTA 4D has gone one up in terms of this particular match. They are 2-1. Turtles trailing behind by one set, but of course, yes, nothing can be said as now. It has to be decided as to what exactly happens, and after the strategy is being formed in the fourth set, and how they execute the strategy to the best of their ability is what we'll have to see, and then ultimately probably gather more points, more knowledge, more information on the other matches to come up. We'll take a very, very short break and we'll be back soon. Dear viewers and subscribers, we are back, and this is going to be a very, very important set as far as both the teams are concerned, because the DTTA 4D has to only win this, whereas Turtles have to win this as well as win the next. So effectively there will be a little bit of a strategical constraint here as far as the Turtles is concerned, whereas it is going to be a job that has to be executed for the DTTA team. And there it is. Oh my goodness, the ball push by Sri Sai, getting slipped at the last moment, and these are all things which you don't expect, and the ball meets the net. I hope there is no injury to Sri Sai, that heavy fall. Of course, yes, he is back. And the top spin from Pranav is just not working, because the top spin அப்படியே counter பண்ணி இன்னொரு top spin அடிக்கும் போது there have been errors, and these are all things which probably what a rally that was, and the way both Pranav and Nikhil played was fantastic. Both the all the four players put in their heart and soul into this point. But then the point was won by the team which took more risk in terms of execution. Not that you cannot say that the team which played better won, but it is not so. Nikhil Menon trying to unleash the forehand top spin, but then the ball taking the edge and then flying out. இது மாதிரி எல்லாம் ஆடுறதுக்கு வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு. ஏன்னா நிறைய மேட்சஸில் பார்த்துருக்கோம், இன்டர்நேஷ்னல் மேட்சஸையும் பார்த்துருக்கோம், where effectively whenever players try to use their muscle and then push the ball out, and அந்த மாதிரி எல்லாம் பண்ணும்போது sometimes it happens that the ball either hits the bat and knuckles out, or the ball just kisses the net and then moves out, or that goes into the side of the table. இந்த மாதிரி எல்லாம் ஆடுறதுக்கு வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு. But then yes, after that little rebound of disappointment, you will have to get on with the game. That is what the game says. Oh, that was a bewildering, that was a wild amazing top spin, the booming top spin, I would say, from Pranav, ensuring a point for the Turtles. Raghuram it is in the backhand serve. That wonderful blast by Sri Sai, absolutely countered by Nikhil, smothered it and then sent it back to the table. Raghuram did not have time to even react to it. That's the point, won with absolute ease. And look at the strategy from Nikhil. He is not at all in any sort of hurry. The last 2-3 points which are won by these two have all been absolutely on calmness. It has not been on any sort of hurry. The hurried version has been missing from these two youngsters, whereas from DTTA it has been only on the hurry mode that they have lost. So effectively these are all the learnings of each and every game as it goes. So effectively there are some points won, there are certain points lost, but then of course yes, the learnings are there as a permanent carrier, and how you take them, evaluate them, and then literally blow them out. And see, look at the way Pranav has literally come back into this game, giving his best in terms of the partnership with Nikhil. And of course yes, Sri Sai and Raghuram, they have performed very well. They have literally spun the ball very well, they have literally blasted the ball well, they have also dug in well, and they have countered as a team very well in order to get it this far. And then probably they are just the light swish in terms of an easy ball from Nikhil. வெளியிலேன்னு பார்க்கறதுக்கு easy ball இருந்தது, இது வந்து easy இல்லை difficult அப்படின்னு சொல்கிறோம், but then you will never know as what happens when it hits the blade, and why the ball goes out, why the ball goes into the net. Nobody will may be able to give you any specific answer, and that's the very, very important point that has been won on the serve by Nikhil Menon and Pranav Janakiraman. They have to sustain this. in order to carry it on to the next set. And that was, although there was a calm just swab, then the point was lost on a very, very meaningful note, I would say, because the ball bounced off despite the best of effort from Nickel, because the spin from emanating from that ball was too hard, and that effectively gave the point to Raghuraman and the team, and that is the third set. A timeout has been called by Nikhil and Janaki Raman Pranav from the Turtle side. They're just getting those final touches, probably trying to say that, look, we are still in the game, just don't miss it up, don't mess it up, don't miss it out. Effectively, you're still there, both of you are champions, and of course, yes, you have a story to write, and this is what will be the contention from the Turtle side, whereas from DTTA, it will be saying that you're all bloody absolutely sailing crew, and then all you have to do is just keep your mouth shut and then make the opponent play their game and then probably block it out and then win it. So effectively, these are the two strategies perhaps that are coming out from the coach's side. You have to wait as to how it turns out to be. There's a cuckoo which is coming out. The very, very important point from Nikhil Menon and Pranav Janaki Raman has been brilliantly won, basically primarily because of the intent shown. They have shown that courage to last long, and then they have literally spun this off this set, and now it is on evens both the teams. Doubles is going to, it's absolutely becoming a jammer of a contest, and it is going to be an absolute finish where the decider is going to identify who's going to win this. This is a very, very crucial doubles round in this LI tournament. TNTTA is conducting this TNTTA league amongst these players. They have decentralized it, or probably they have divided it into 5 centers. One is the elite, where the top players from the state, they have been put under various teams. Then you have the open, then you have the sub-junior, then you have the corporate, and then you have the social clubs. So all these players from all these categories have been grouped under various teams, and they are all fighting it out. We are seeing some of the best matches in table tennis happening. And the top 4 in each and every category will run into the semifinals. That will happen somewhere around February. And after that, there will be the TNTTA SSL, that the Super League, they would say, where players from all these, from this bunch are likely to be selected by people who are participating in the auctions, and there Pranav Janaki Raman showing his mind with that fantastic fabled top spin from under the table, which literally sets it off. Nikhil probably is a bit disappointed that is not able to literally convert that into a rally. The top spin from Pranav. Again, we see that loopy top spin. The ball literally ballooning after touching the bat, but then, of course, yes, after that there was a net ball, which fortunately gave the point to the Turtles. Fantastic point won again by Nikhil and by Pranav. A slow dabble. Raghuraman trying to literally go and pounce on that forehand top spin, but finding only the edge, and the ball spoons off. Some early lead for the Nilagarai Turtles. A fantastic serve from Sri Sai, resulting in a push into the net by Pranav. Wonderful top spin. This has been the changing. There's been the absolute change in terms of strategy, where Pranav is absolutely concentrating on the top forehand, boomy top spins, and Nikhil is just waiting for those wonderful balls to kill. Unfortunately, this ball just goes wide out into the wonderful whack by Sri Sai, resulting in that very important point for the TNTTA 4D team. Raghuram and Sri Sai have been combining very well together. They have been absolutely communicative, and they are totally probably understanding the importance of absolute. That was a very good rally, but then of course, yes, the change of sides because of the decider, the team which reaches 5 first, will have to get an opportunity. Will get an opportunity to start playing from the other side. This is only to ensure that both the sides get a fair chance of playing from both the sides. The top spin from Sri Sai, just eluding the table, so that the cuckoo and the return by Pranav, and probably Sri Sai felt that it was good enough to literally go for a knock. Nikhil Menon perhaps struggling a bit in terms of literally dropping the ball near the net, and that has been his USP, trying to drop the ball short and then wait for the response from the opponents. They have been successful until now. Then sometimes it so happens that the ball just lands inside the net and doesn't go beyond. So effectively, absolutely, it is not that pinpointing on anyone in terms of a mistake or so, but in the act happens that way. The top spin from Sri Sai, perhaps a bit too hard on Nikhil. He's trying to just wade it into the other side. Then unfortunately the ball doesn't cross the net. There's a service from Sri Sai, the reverse pendulum. Oh, absolutely! That was a very passive knockdown into the net by Pranav. Probably he was a bit carried away in terms of the lack of spin. Perhaps wanted to bolt down the ball near the net, but unfortunately couldn't happen that way. And that's the winner from Pranav. Wonderful. Absolutely angled it. We gave everything, whatever he had, and then whacked it deep inside the forehand corner of Sri Sai, who just did not have an answer to it. Next is serve from absolutely. See, these are all things which happens in a doubles game, and you try to execute certain shots which you feel that you can, but then unfortunately the ball carries out, and then probably not to get so dogged down, but then you keep continuing to play, and that's the fundamental point which has been earned now. You just play the ball slowly. There's a timeout call by the TNTTA team, and we'll jump into a very short break. Very interesting is this game, this doubles match between Nilangari Turtles and the TNTTA 4D, turning out to be a jammer. Fantastic contest. We are witnessing all these things at AKG in Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium, where this is CN Sridhar reporting from the venue. We'll jump into a very short break. We'll be back very soon. Welcome viewers and subscribers. We are in with a very interesting game where Pranav and Nikhil are trying to match the skills and competency of Sri Sai and Raghuraman. And after the timeout, of course, yes, the DTTA 4D team has been successful in getting 1 point. And that's 2 in a row. Perhaps the team from Nilangari Turtles is now wondering as to what has to be done in order to keep the game intact. And of course, yes, it is not going to be easy. There's a lucky point or a fortunate point which both of them enjoyed, and that sums up the game here. It was anybody's game. Both the youngsters played well. All the 4 youngsters, I would say, played very well, and the game is finally won. The game has won because table tennis is such a very mysterious game. Both had their chances. Both went into hiding. Both were offensive in terms of aggression, but then ultimately it was only one team which could have won, and that happened to be DTTA, drawing a sneak into the lead. And it is 3. This was the 5th game. This is 3 in favor of DTTA and 2 in favor of the Nilangari Turtles. And now it is going to be the singles. It's going to be a singles match. The sub-junior category between Nikhil Menon and Siddharth. It's going to be a very, very interesting game. Nikhil Menon just completing the 6 doubles and then ready to face the challenge from Siddharth. Of course, yes, both of them have played through the ranks, and they understand each and everybody's game. Both these youngsters are all absolutely tamed, absolutely trained in terms of playing the best table tennis. We are about to witness the best table tennis match amongst the sub-juniors. So effectively, subscribers and viewers, please stay tuned, and we will jump into a very, very short break. We'll be back very soon. Welcome viewers, welcome subscribers back on the table. This is Nikhil Menon fighting it out with Siddharth. Patonaka, the singles match point, effectively we find quite a lot of matured patient handling by Nikhil Menon. That's the way he plays, effectively in pushing the opponent from one corner to the other. Siddharth is no rookie by any chance. He's a fantastic player himself. the change in terms of the service from Nikhil Menon, resulting in a very, very crucial point. Absolutely a flurry of points, and then probably a break in the in the cluster, and that is given an additional point to Siddharth. The wild swish from Siddharth is resulting in the ball getting spooned out. Its ball is spooned out the table, and there is Nikhil Menon trying to literally find direction, probably trying to overdo it. The top spin imparted by Nikhil is giving a little bit of a discomfort to Siddharth, perhaps of the spin imparted, the amount of spin that goes along with the ball, either on the serve or on the rally, and that is given an easy first set for Nikhil Menon against Siddharth in this the boys singles. I would say the sub-junior boys singles. A very, very interesting match, and Nikhil Menon is back on the table, and he is in a hurry to literally finish it off because he knows the importance of this match. Staying calm, staying absolutely isolated from what is happening in the outside world. This is what many of the table tennis pundits will say, that you will have to be absolutely conscious of what is going to happen around you. You will have to be absolutely conscious on what is going to happen on the table, rather than being aware, or the awareness around the table is not going to be very, very important. That will be taken care of by somebody else. But then on the table, once you are on the table, the awareness, the self-consciousness in terms of being on the game, being on the zone, that is very important, and that's exactly what is happening in the case of Nikhil Menon, who has learned it very, very fast. There's an absolute youngster who has learned the tricks of the trade very, very early, perhaps. And not getting literally ruffled or unruffled or whatever the nomenclature you might use. Using all his experience as a young kid, he has risen through the ranks, and Nikhil Menon has been absolutely smart enough in applying all those in any of these matches which he is playing. So he is not getting into any great hurry. He is always prepared to wait and absolutely play the game. You miss some, you win some, but that's okay. I mean, as long as you continue keeping the ball more consistently on the table, and that's been absolutely the lesson that we learned from this the game. Of course, yes, Siddharth has also been playing. It's not that he's not playing well. He's playing well. There's no doubt about it. And of course, yes, there's a let call. The ball from the neighboring table enters into your table zone. Immediately, the umpire calls a lead ball. And there's the hardened topspin from Nikhil Menon, which just takes the ball off. The ball balloons out of your blade and then lands outside it. And there's another lead call. The ball, and this frustrates some of the players, because basically what happens is you're in that zone to win that point, and suddenly you find that the ball coming into your direction, and what a placement by Nikhil Menon. He just camouflages this backhand swipe and then pushes it into the fourth corner, and Siddharth was not prepared to it. The hard grind drive by Nikhil Menon, posing as if he's going to do a topspin, but then, and that's a killer winner, I would say. You give an impression that you're going to soft pedal, but then give it hard on the last minute. Suddenly you find that the ball bounces off the table more than what you expect, and then that was a wonderful forehand drive by Siddharth to the forehand corner of Nikhil Menon. Absolutely mesmerizing. Nikhil Menon never even thought for a while that the ball was going to come into the act, and suddenly the ball is posted on the forehand corner, and that's a point one simply out of it is a forced winner, I would say, from Siddharth. And that was a mess because basically the speed has been taken off, the brakes have been applied, and this is the casualty what happens whenever you have something when you change your speed, when you change your direction, and when you change your length. And this is exactly what Siddharth is now facing against Nikhil Menon, who's been diligent enough in trying to take those games far and wide, and then cementing it. So effectively we'll take a very short break. We'll be back very soon. Dear viewers, subscribers, we are back, and Nikhil and Siddharth have started again competing with each other. This is the third set. Nikhil Menon leads the 2 sets to love, and Siddharth perhaps is not just got into his stride, probably searching for those effective balls which will literally put him on stride, and it all takes a shot or two to, or a drive or two to literally get back onto your stride, and this is what Siddharth is hoping, and he will get back. And once he gets back, then the competition hots up or heats up on a cluster. That is the third consecutive point which was won by or rather the fourth consecutive point which was won by Siddharth. So they say don't allow the points to be won on a cluster. So that will give a lot of advantage to the player who is getting it on the cluster, and in no time the cluster will give you the extra edge and the game. So effectively that is on the roll in which Siddharth is now. Right now the cluster is formed, and then he's got around about 4 points at a stretch, 4 to 5 points at a stretch, and that is where the all these youngsters are getting on into. Now effectively the cluster is on, and now Siddharth just keeps focusing on the cluster, and Nikhil Menon is trying to break the cluster, but he is not able to. So effectively you have to do something very important and something very unique in order to break that. So effectively that is where the champion material comes out. So effectively, having built up a very good lead, now Siddharth must be sitting happily. He must just thinking as to how, and that's the breaker for Nikhil, where he has broken that cluster of around about 6 points, and then perhaps he has to now create out establish that cluster. So it's all about a cluster game. It's all about how you diligently eck out and work out those very important the streaming of clusters. So these are all the in thing in terms of table tennis, and there again, and once you break those clusters, the cluster will have to be in your favor. So effectively, if you don't allow that to happen, then probably the match runs out of your hands. So effectively, this is what we are seeing. We are witnessing this in this third set between Siddharth and Nikhil Menon. Nikhil Menon is not able to really break the cluster, and that is where he also fends it off and says, wishes, and then says, no, I am not keen in this particular set, you take it. We'll jump into a very short break, and we'll be back soon. The viewers and subscribers, there we are back. This is the fourth set. 2-1 is the lead for Nikhil Menon. Siddharth coming back with a bang. The third set and the fourth set. Probably the calmness or the slip alone by Nikhil Menon is not giving the right signals here. Perhaps you might be getting into a brain fade or a brain freeze. The fusion happens that way because of this, the competition that hearts up, and effectively, sometimes you feel that you are suddenly getting out of your consciousness, and that is the place where most of these points are given off easily. It's not that anybody wants to lose a game, but then the games are lost on point, and points are lost basically in terms of not literally getting into that consciousness mode. The first two games we saw Nikhil Menon literally pulling it out and muscling it out, and then suddenly goes into a brain freeze or into a brain fusion, which totally eliminates your thought process in the game. And that is the not only in this case, but in many cases we have seen that happen. So suddenly you get into an agitated mode, or it may not be visible apparently outside, but then mentally when you keep talking to yourself, when you keep talking to your vision, the rally points, which suddenly at some point of time was chased by you, suddenly becomes some things which you start chasing, and effectively all those happens. And when they form a cluster, this is sometimes unpardonable when it comes to a match situation. So this unpardonableness or this unforgiveness is what is called as the elementary mistakes that are being carried out by the players, and coaches keep treading them on, saying that these are the mistakes you're doing, and they keep knuckling into their mind, saying that don't try to do all these things, put them into a frame of mind, and that is how the rectification happens. So we found a very, very enlightening thought in terms of how this game is played. This is a small break which is taken, time break which is taken by Siddharth, perhaps to overview and to literally understand what exactly is happening at this stage of the game. We'll jump into a very, very short break. We'll be back very soon. Patrons and subscribers and viewers, we are back. A very, very important phase of this game, and these are all the minor movements which are very, very absolutely essential. Perhaps if you try to relax on your stride, you might end up into something which may not be foreseen. So these are all the extra points that you keep knocking and then expecting. Siddharth is already a champion in the sub-junior category, and we witnessed his capability in terms of pulling it back when it comes to a tight situation in the state ranking tournaments. And of course, yes, Nikhil Menon, nothing need to be said about him. He is somebody who's literally made it in the national level. And that's the evening. Perhaps that is a story of this particular set has ended, and with Nikhil Menon, it's 2-2 between Nikhil Menon and Siddharth. Nikhil Menon winning the first two sets, Siddharth coming back with a flurry, getting back into this game with the next two sets, and it's going to be now decider. I'm sure Nikhil Menon and Siddharth would have faced such situations. I'm just able to really appreciate and admire the way these two youngsters have gone about, in terms of presenting themselves, in terms of playing these vital points, and then bringing it out, bringing the best out of each other, and then perhaps waiting for the decider. Hats off to these players, and hats off to the coaches who have trained them in that respective mode. And of course, yes, a big kudos to TNTTA for having organized a league of this nature. We'll jump into a very short break. We'll be back very soon. Welcome viewers, subscribers and patrons. We are witnessing the decider that is being played here at the AKG Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium between Nikhil Menon and Siddharth. They are playing the sixth encounter in this elite division. Siddharth and Nikhil Menon playing it out in the sub-junior category. Nikhil Menon was leading 2-love. It was 2 sets up, very comfortable. Suddenly brain fade. Siddharth comes back, using those opportunities. Next 2 sets goes in favor of Siddharth, and now the decider. And there it is again. Now Nikhil Menon getting back into the stride, and then probably Siddharth is trying to rethink whether he's slightly on the weaker side, but that is not the case to be. It doesn't happen that way. As Nikhil Menon pulls off those 3 important points at the beginning of this session, this decider. Both these have the depth in them in terms of pulling it out, and what we are witnessing is one of the best matches in the sub-junior category, and both of them are absolute ideal candidates for getting into the national ranking and national reckoning. Of course, yes, these children are all absolutely matured enough beyond their age, and what we expect perhaps in a very short time is or probably over the next 2-3 years, these small squibs, I would say, will be getting into national championship level. There's Nikhil Menon getting into the lead, reaching 5 first, and then probably getting into the side change. A fortunate point for Siddharth. Fortune favors the brave, they say. Siddharth was trying to go very near the net, literally on the level of the net, and the ball just kisses the net, the top of the table, and then gives him that point. Of course, yes, now this time Nikhil Menon exults after that fantastic point. Of course, yes, got on an unforced error, but he doesn't mind as long as the point comes. Probably we find the change in terms of Nikhil Menon is that he is trying to probably hoodwink Siddharth with his with the slow, tame responses, and Siddharth is probably not getting too excited, waiting for the ball to come and then probably playing his strokes. So that is not giving any sort of results as far as Nikhil Menon is concerned. And now Siddharth is getting into the lead. Probably not much to the liking of Nikhil Menon. 2 sets first 2 sets backed by Nikhil Menon. Next 2 sets backed by Siddharth. Decider. Nikhil Menon on the lead. Suddenly we find a resurgent of Siddharth getting into the game. And now there is an even stage where both the players are absolutely packing themselves, believing in themselves. Both the coaches, both the sides are trying to explain to the players that they can pull it out, and that's what they all believe in. So let's wait and watch. We'll take a very short break and then we'll jump into the session again very shortly. Welcome viewers and subscribers, patrons. There is Nikhil Menon the serve. And that's a very important point won by Nikhil Menon. What a rally it has been. We have never seen rallies like these before. These two are literally sizzling with their rallies, with their consistency in terms of putting the ball back on board. And these are all very good signs in terms of the junior talent that we have. Amazing stuff by both Nikhil Menon as well as Siddharth. The speed control, the break in speed. You look at that. You look at that break in speed, and Siddharth was just going ahead with his drive, and that created a little bit of uncertainty in the corridors. And point one, because of that break in speed. And there again we find that the break in speed is giving quite a lot of points to Nikhil Menon, and he believes in that. So effectively, whenever the opportunity comes to whack, he does it absolutely nonchalantly. And then there is the cluster which was formed, and Nikhil Menon finally eking it out, winning against Siddharth and giving an extra point to the Nilangarai Turtles. That makes it even. 3 sets all. Now it is going to be the doubles, the mixed doubles between Nilangarai Turtles and TNTTA 4D. While we await that very interesting doubles match, it is going to be Kaushika and Amal Raj, who will be pitted against Yashini and Nalini Amruta. So effectively, this will be a very interesting game where Kaushika will be guided with the experience of Amal Raj, and of course, yes, Nalini will be guided by the experience of Yashini. So viewers, subscribers, please stay tuned in. What we are witnessing is one of the best matches in table tennis, high quality matches. And this is CN Sridhar here reporting from AKG. We'll sign off for a bit or two, then we'll be back very soon. Dear viewers, subscribers, patrons, what we are witnessing is the final match of the evening for both these teams, TNTTA 4D as well as Nilangari Turtles. This is the mixed doubles with Kaushika serving, and there's a ripper from Amalraj, which effectively Nalini was not able to literally do anything about it, but just to admire the shot, probably as we are. Service from Yashni to Amalraj. Wonderful flip by Amalraj. The thought process just to ensure that it is out of reach of the opponents. A lot of communication going on between Yashni and Nalini. Of course, yes, Amalraj will be guiding. Oh, wonderful stroke by Yashni on the right of Amalraj. Amalraj was moving towards the left, towards his backhand, but then of course, yes, the ball speeded away. Absolutely mind-boggling, because this game, in the doubles game, when you find that the best of the best players, you will have a feeling that these people are the best players, but then of course, yes, it is not that easy to win, especially when you form a partnership with somebody who's not played with you. These are the effects, and Amalraj using that as from the back of his mind, ensuring that all his top spins are all venomous, and when you just bring bat on ball, the contact immediately ensures that there is ballooning. Effectively, this has been the strategy from Amalraj so far. Here to the first set. The blaster from Amalraj, gaining one extra point for them. Dear subscribers and viewers, what we are witnessing is the first set of this open doubles, and this has created absolute interest. You look at the way not a soul has moved from their seats, witnessing these super matches, and effectively we are all, I should say, absolutely so happy to witness all these games of high class, high quality, which generally you don't get to witness even in a state ranking tournament, because these are all formed by association of super top players as teams, and these are all the advantages as well as the opportunities that are given to various players who have not got that opportunity to play with the best of the best. And we should appreciate this system in its entirety, and how you literally manage the show is what is very important. And there we are trying to witness. We are witnessing some of the quality games what we generally don't used to or don't get to see. Some of the top spins from Amalraj just speeding away, perhaps because of the lack of speed in terms of the balls, getting back either from a slow paced bat or from slow pushes. We'll jump into a very short break and we'll be back soon. Your viewers, subscribers and patrons, பார்த்தோம்னாக்கா நம்ம டபுள்ஸ் மேட்ச் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஆண்டனி அமல்ராஜ் is absolutely on fire னு சொல்லுவேன். And most of his dabs and whacks have literally fetched points for team Nilangrai. How he lets go of those blistering backhand drives, the way he is absolutely mastered that is exactly the difference between a national champion. You have to have that in your skill set to be of that particular level. So this is all demonstration of what exactly you have to have if you are going to have a national crown under your belt. And effectively, not only that, Antony Amalraj is also an awardee, Arjuna awardee from Chennai. Arjuna awardee from Chennai. Other than we have Amalraj, we also have our Raman, our Mr. Jagannath, our Mr. Sharad Kamal. So these are all players who have been national awardees. So not for nothing you get national awards. It's not that you get a national award because you play well. You play well, and not only that, when you play the game the way it has to be played, and how you keep winning, you make you keep winning and make success your your habit, and that is the place you should be in order to get those awards. And Antony Amalraj has time and again proved, even after taking a break for 4 years, now he comes back and he says, no, I am ready to play for India. That's absolutely ridiculous. Basically, those who and this applies to Sharad Kamal as well. So it's not that they are all becoming better and better. It's actually when it matters most. See, as you age, effectively your reflexes generally as a human being it comes down. But then these two have proved again and again that as you age you don't decrease in terms of your quality. So these all goes to represent that age is only a number, and you keep working hard on your basic, you will automatically see absolute quality. And when you have quality, you win matches. There is no substitute for that. And incidentally, the other day when I was having a conversation with Amalraj, he was saying that he is not happy with the way these youngsters are all training, because he was upset that basically all these children, although they train long hours, but they don't train qualitatively and they don't give so much of importance to training. So that was his upsetting thought. I'm sure that many youngsters have already taken cognizance about it, and then they have started thinking otherwise. And in fact, with more and more pressure being being given from all quarters, I'm sure the youngsters also are on the trailing mode or tagging mode in terms of bringing out more and more importance and efforts in terms of their practice sessions. We see how he is able to literally spin up the balloon, the topspin, which even a person or category of Yashini is not able to literally put the ball back in place. And there we find Nalini literally dazzling there on that particular point. Was a point absolutely won by her with her backhand slice, let's say. The last minute dab by Amalraj, literally giving a lot of discomfort. And there's again a very fortunate point for Amalraj Kaushika duo. It's 3-all in the third set, and there we get the scoreboard clearly as clear as it is possible. And there the ball brushes the top of the net and then goes out. What a day it is for these youngsters. Nalini, Yashini, Kaushika playing along with the great Tamal Raj, and that is not easy. It doesn't happen every now and then. But for the opportunity which is given by, and look at those brilliant, effective, consistency in top spin, both executed by both the teams. So effectively, these are all things which doesn't happen every day. These are all things which happen only when such leagues, such competitions are organized. And any amount of praise for TNTTA for conducting all these things will not be enough. This is of course my personal observation, because there are a lot of things which all these youngsters get to learn. And look at the way these guys are playing. The youngsters are absolutely giving everything in them. They are not taking it lightly, including Amal Raj. They are all playing to the best of their ability. They are all putting in these efforts. And these are all the results what happens when you put in your efforts in the right direction. And effectively, what we are witnessing is something which is literally magnetic as well as magnificent. Kaushika on serve. Perhaps in a state of hurry by Yashini. And there's the blaster from Amal Raj onto the forehand corner. Absolute stunner it was. 6-all the score in the third set. Yashini and Nalini are not giving up. They are not bamboozled by the big name of Amal Raj on the other side. They are giving it a fight, and of course, yes, Amal Raj is not somebody who is going to take it light. One wonderful point earned there. A brilliant point earned. Two points in a row for Yashini and Nalini. Planning it out more communicative. Oh, absolute stunner. And of course, yes, Kaushika was not up to mark in terms of pushing the ball back. And of course, yes, now there will be a readdressal. And that's a undercut ball from Amal Raj, getting a point to them. 2-point difference with both Yashini as well as Nalini in the lead. And let's see how Nalini copes up to the pressure. Will they maintain their lead? Oh, that was wonderfully done by Kaushika. Brilliantly planted at the backhand corner of Yashini. Yashini going in for the kill, but not able to really get bat on ball. Communicative again. Fantastic, absolute jammer of a contest this is. Although it is 2-0 in favor of Amal Raj and Kaushika, but the game has been played with so much of effort. And there's Amal Raj with this absolute booming forehand topspin, ensuring that the point is theirs. 9-all it becomes, and this is the third set. There's a timeout call by Ashley and team. We'll jump into a very short call, short drop, and then we'll be back very soon. The viewers, subscribers and patrons, we are back in the game. And there's a serve from Kaushika to Yashini. What a booming forehand top spin on the forehand corner of Nalini, getting that very, very important point for the Nilangarai Turtles. Maybe a change of strategy from Yashni and Nalini, probably trying to find out how best they could. And that's a killer. Amalraj and Kaushika doing it for Nilangarai Turtles. Very well played, both of them. Yashni and Nalini gave the best, but that was just not enough. We'll sign off from here, take a small break, we'll be back very soon. viewers, patrons, and subscribers. Papatanaka Neelangarai Turtles is going to play against Salem Super Kings. This is the first match. Patinaka Sharmani will play against Kristin Fiona. Top players. They have done very well in the recent past. Of course, Sharmani has gone beyond expectations. The last state ranking, in all categories. She has been a revelation in Suluva, coached by her illustrious father, Nagam Prasad. Of course, yes, in the format, the coach who generally coaches you may not be the coach. It all depends on who is the coach that is appointed by your team. So, you keep yourself absolutely, floating. And there's a serve from Sharmani. While swish by Kristin Fiona on the forehand, Patinaka near straight away dabbles into the net. Absolute fantastic forced winner by Sharmani. Oh, that was a fantastically strategized point by Kristin Fiona. Pushing her to both the flanks and then winning it. Patinaka service. Sharmani has got that fabled service which she uses time and again. In fact, state ranking where she was able to use it whenever she wants to. She takes that point using that serve. Effectively having a very, very sizzling serve is very important. Excellent point won by Kristin Fiona. A brilliant block and then hammered into the body of Sharmani. Kristin Fiona trying to probably bring her best into play. The Koku, the response, but then the third ball pushed out. Oh, absolute very good rally. Fantastic rally from both the youngsters. That was an absolute jaffer of a stroke. A forehand drive from Kristin Fiona. Landing at a point, the very, very crucial point at this particular stage. The top spin from Sharmani not allowing Kristin Fiona to literally land the ball consistently back on the table. So that is going to be a concern for Kristin Fiona, because if this is going to continue, then perhaps she might have to relook or redo her strategy in terms against Sharmani, because the ball which eludes her on the forehand is something which is giving her a lot of disturbance. And there is the backhand push ball getting ballooned away out of the table. Kristin Fiona, the Pimple doing quite a lot of magic there as the ball absolute with a lot of brakes applied. Had to be cautioned, and this happens, this is the handicap of the player with the Pimple. You try to block it, sometimes you try to push it, sometimes you try to block it, and sometimes you try to hoodoo it. And when you hoodoo it, then the chances that the ball doesn't meet the expectations, and that is where you get frustrated, because sometimes you feel that you're playing well and then suddenly getting into a muddle. So that is where the Pimple literally gives you not so much of advantage. because the person with soft will be able to easily push it around and then dabble it around you. And that is again another instance where we find that the dabbled, that forehand loop has not been met with the necessary criteria in terms of pushing it back. Lands Sharwani the point, and Sharwani is now leading one set against Crystal Fiona. We'll jump into a very, very short break. We'll get back very shortly. Dear subscribers, we are back, and Fiona on serve. Absolutely, a little bit perhaps Fiona is a bit hasty on those decisions to literally go in for a kill. Perhaps her timing has just been a bit quicker. Perhaps that is giving a little bit of concern. So, perhaps Kristen Fiona, I'm sure will be able to correct those important man. There the correction comes as the push wide of the forehand of Sharwani, earning her a point. The backhand corner, pushed on the backhand corner by Sharwani. Wonderful, wonderful topspin, radiations coming from Sharwani, allowing the ball to come close to her. The ball, whenever she topspins, it is absolutely wonderful to notice that she allows the ball to come very, very close to her, her hand, and then only she topspins. So that is a very, very important point. She is not, hastening or hurrying through the topspin. So that is a very, very important point. Perhaps there exactly is the point which should have been Fiona's, but then the patience of Sharwani paying her off. The one kill which Sharwani had used in that particular point was good enough to ensure that the point was hers. So effectively, this is the hallmark of a player that distinguishes from an ordinary player, because when you use your kill shots to almost every ball, the chances that you might lose out on the point is more. This again demonstrates the simple reason that you cannot be again and again attacking. You attack only once and win the point that way. So effectively, that is what the strategy which is being used by Sharwani. Very patient and ensures that when the kill comes, she goes for it. Wonderful point earned by Kristen Fiona. Perhaps a misjudgment of the direction by Sharwani. The second set comes to an end with Sharwani taking it very, very easily. We'll jump into a very, very short break. We'll be back soon. Welcome back, viewers. We are in the third set. Fiona perhaps will have to put up a fight here. Otherwise, it's curtains. Because this is the first game of this match between Salem Super Kings and Nilangari Turtles. Timeout being called by Nilangari Turtles. We'll jump into a very, very short break. We'll be back very soon. Welcome back, viewers. Now, after the timeout, Christine Fiona, perhaps she's got different ideas. The strategies have perhaps changed. And there's a forehand crusher. Unfortunately, very well intended though, but unfortunately did not land the place where it should have done, according to the executor. But of course, yes. The hasty weave is what we are looking at. The hasty weave, which again and again, time and again, has made you lose points rather than win points. You might win about 5 or 6 points, but then your loss might be about 8 to 9, which is about nearly 30-40% more. So effectively, when you try to bring down on the number of points that you lose because of your hasty, drives that you try to impart, you are trying to reduce your chances of losing points. So that is where exactly the calmness or the short selection comes into play. Absolute Jaffer from Sharwani, putting the top spin right on the backhand corner. Absolute whacker from Christian Fiona, getting at the important point, waiting for the ball to come, jump up, and then at the top, when the ball is on the highest parabola, you try to execute that shot, and there again she is successful, getting those extra 2 points. So 2 points at a stretch by Fiona. That must give her a little bit of confidence in this third set. Oh, the forced push by Sharwani, landing the ball on the neck, but then unfortunately the ball carries out, just boggles out. Kristen Fiona, 3 point at the stretch, and that's the closure of the cluster. So effectively, this is exactly what we have found in terms of winning compositions, where you'll have to close down on the winning cluster. So effectively, that is what Sharwani has done, and there's the opening of the cluster for her. So these are all the things which we learn from all these match plays, and how significantly we do it, and how we do it with a lot of sense of commitment will drag you to closer towards victory. So effectively, as of now, we find Sharwani doing it to perfection, ensuring that she gets in those main basic things into play. Now when a point is reeled off, now you start pushing and then wait for the kill, and effectively you try your best in terms of changing your strategy. So that is what, of course, yes, this point was not won, but effectively the intent of this particular play is what we were commenting about. And of course, yes, Christian Fiona had been absolutely spot on, brilliant in that, but getting that point on the forehand corner of Sharwani, and that is exactly the point for where effectively 2 points gone, and you patiently wait for your opponent to commit an error and then win the big game. So effectively, set is gone. Sharwani wins against Fiona in the first game. And Amal Raj will be pitted against Karthikeyan. Perhaps we'll jump into a very, very short break and we'll get back shortly. Dear viewers, subscribers, and patrons, we are back with the match between Neelangarai Turtles and Salem Super Kings, where now Amal Raj is being pitted against Karthikeyan, the present state champion Karthikeyan, and playing against Amal Raj. Both of them are absolute stunners in terms of games. The young Karthikeyan and the veteran Amal Raj. I wouldn't say whether Amal Raj is a veteran, but then of course yes, he's spent quite a lot of years in terms of being a champion in Tamil Nadu. We found that the quick reflex of Karthikeyan, and what a wonderful drive down the forehand corner of Amal Raj. And there it is. Let call. Backhand corner of Karthikeyan, and Karthikeyan trying to lift it with a little bit of boom, but the ball hits the bat and then travels outside. Go in with two minds whether to attack or to just push it back. Finally, it resulted in pushing it back, but the ball went into the net. That's what Amal Raj did. Karthikeyan on serve. Absolute jaffa from Karthikeyan. Oh, that was very, very consistent from Karthikeyan to have put the ball back on board, and Amal Raj trying to swish at it in the backhand corner, finds only the net. The backhand top spin from Karthikeyan, absolutely getting carried away with the ball. The fast serve from Amal Raj responded very well by Karthikeyan, but the third ball response from Amal Raj, just kissing the net and then smarting it out. Karthikeyan on lead, and let's see how Amal Raj is going to literally draw parity on the forehand corner. And Amal Raj pushes it back outside wide, probably trying to get that mileage in terms of and that's the fantastic drive. The drive from Amal Raj literally spawning whatever effect Karthikeyan could give, and then ball bounces off. The backhand swipes of Amal Raj perhaps on a high ball, not immediately getting the response it should. That's the drive we were talking about, that the signature drive from Amal Raj. We'll jump into a very, very short break and be back very soon. Welcome back, viewers and subscribers and patrons. And now we know, not for nothing, Amal Raj is rated as one of the best players. Being down, he's just drawn parity and ensured that he is up on the lead. 11-10 he leads against Karthikeyan, the present Tamil Nadu champion. Karthikeyan trying to do something different here. And of course, yes, he was successful to some extent. 11 holidays. And there's Karthikeyan coming back into this game, getting that very, very important point against Amal Raj. And there's the equalizer from Anthony Amal Raj, getting it back. 11 holidays. Not an easy way by which 12 all. I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. 12 all. And what a contest this has been. The first set of this. And that's a ripper from Amal Raj, slightly high ball, and he says, no, I'm not going to miss on these things. ரொம்ப அருமையான ஒரு பாடம் தான் கற்பித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். In case youngsters get to see all these things, it will be something which will be fantastic. The way Amal Raj has been playing and the way Karthikeyan has been responding. So these are all things which each and every youngster would learn as to how to really set up a match and then dutifully employ all these techniques and tactics while playing. And there we found a flurry of strokes, both the backhand and ultimately Amal Raj was able to literally pull it off in terms of that particular point. Now Karthikeyan with his serve, probably trying to do a little bit different from what he has done so far. And there is a ripper from Amal Raj, literally missing the table. It would have been curtains for this particular set for Karthikeyan had that ball struck the table, but then of course it was not to be, as the ball just eludes the table and flies out. And there again is another opportunity for Amal Raj to get back into the set. 14-13 he leads, and Karthikeyan again was on serve, this time from the far hand corner. And there it is, Amal Raj pulling it out against Karthikeyan. Absolutely demoralizing for Karthikeyan to have lost it, because he should have won it. He had the lead, he had the initiative. Then of course he is pitted against Amal Raj, the best of the best of the best. We'll take a very, very short break. We'll be back very soon. Welcome back, viewers and subscribers. This is the second set where Karthikeyan is on serve. There it is, an error on serve by Karthikeyan. Amazing stuff. I'm sure Karthikeyan wouldn't have liked it, because basically he's not the guy to literally fault on a serve. Then of course, yes, he is pulling up his socks and then getting back into the game. There he is drawing even 1-all it is against Amal Raj. Amal Raj on serve. The forehand blaster by Amal Raj onto the forehand corner of Karthikeyan. Karthikeyan trying to gently tap it in, but then the ball gets stuck in the net. There's a blaster from Amal Raj. The fast service, the return comes in, and Amal Raj is ready to blast it off with his backhand. And what a game this has been. The first set witnessed lot of seesaw battle. And the second set, they started off with an excellent array of strokes. We see Amal Raj getting stronger and stronger, bolder and bolder, more fitter and fitter, and of course, yes, he is becoming more serious in terms of knocking out Karthikeyan on this. Absolutely, for that very well directed by Karthikeyan onto the body of Amal Raj. The ball just hissing the net and then flying it out. Effectively, that is the point which has been won by Amal Raj. Stands at 4. And there's the rally which outdoes every opponent. The rally which makes you move from one flank to another at the same agility, at the same speed at which you go for each and every point. And there's a very rare, mistake or the overhit or the super hit by Amal Raj. The reverse pendulum is getting its, due respect, as Amal Raj absolutely has got control over returning those reverse pendulum serves. And this time the ball lands straight into the net from Amal Raj. Not an easy game for both Amal Raj and Karthikeyan fighting it out. And there's the cuckoo from Amal Raj. And two drives, one on the backhand and the other the forehand. The forehand becomes a winner. So the confidence is what is very important, as we absolutely witness here. A little bit of more kick and a little bit of more cut under that particular serve. Karthikeyan beautifully lands it inside the net, and that is going to prick Karthikeyan a lot, because he's done the homework. He's trying to find out if he can really, better Amal Raj on the serve points, but then that's not happening. The serve points are the weakening lot. The ball keeps, traveling outside. So after hitting the net, so effectively, as long as the ball is out, whether it hits the net or doesn't hit the net, doesn't matter much. As long as the point keeps going away and away, you're down and out, and effectively that's an easy game which has been won by Amal Raj. So Anthony Amal Raj on song, the second set, easily winning it, dissecting Karthikeyan on this particular set. We'll jump into a very, very short break. We'll be back very soon. Viewers, subscribers, this is the third set. Amal Raj is already on a lead, a very healthy lead, 2-0. Wonderful maneuvering of those beautiful angles by Amal Raj. The way he has chased those balls and then ensured that the explosion comes finally with that beautifully well-timed and well-measured angle. The forehand of Karthikeyan. Karthikeyan was not expecting the ball to literally thud away at such speed. The ball is being pushed out regularly by Karthikeyan now. Perhaps he's trying to go on the overdrive. He's trying to probably play out Amal Raj on speed, but that's not perhaps the best technique or the strategy that he might use, because Amal Raj is not the one who is going to give up when it comes to speed. The faster you move, the faster you drive, the more faster the ball is going to come back. So that's what Amal Raj is made of. So effectively, unless and until you have to have a very good braking system that we witnessed during the doubles match when Amal Raj was playing, and of course, yes, against Sri Sai, when Sri Sai was not driving all the balls, but he was keeping the balls in check, and Amal Raj was consistently making a lot of errors. And there's the blaster from Amal Raj. Karthikeyan trying to use a very high serve. This is not something which you can give Amal Raj, especially on his backhand. Finally, a point to literally cherish for Karthikeyan. He did the homework well. He has put in those efforts well. Went in that yard extra. Ensured that the point is his. Let call. There's Karthikeyan literally, holding him back and then ensuring that, the ball is put back after that absolute jammer of a backhand drive by Amal Raj. Karthikeyan puts it back and ensures that the ball is in play, which effectively helped him in getting that very, very important point. Hitting the toe of the table in a corner on the long. Absolute consistency is what we found from Karthikeyan on that particular point. Karthikeyan went on being very consistent with the very maneuvering on both the flanks, and there he is getting into an error on the return of serve. Going on the backhand blast by Amal Raj. Not literally timing it properly, perhaps. And there he is getting back that very, very important point. Amal Raj, he knows exactly which point to literally play and get back, because these guys have been absolutely seasoned to ensure that you bounce back and get back on those elementary basics of getting back onto the game with those slightly calmer and a more relaxed approach, and that is exactly what has happened after the blasting. Now Amal Raj has slightly mellowed down in terms of speed, but then the booms, the top spins, the revolutions that he is giving is perhaps more. So effectively what happens is when you do that, the opponent is caught in between whether to attack or to just block, and then the mistakes keep happening. So 2 points on a cluster by Karthikeyan. Effectively putting the brakes on Amal Raj. This is one game which Karthikeyan would like to take from Amal Raj, because the way he's been playing, the way he's been putting in those hard efforts in terms of literally scoring those very, very crucial points. Whenever he has scored a point, he's done them with absolute merciless drivage, or the menacing tenacity that we have seen from Karthikeyan. Karthikeyan is an absolute beauty when it comes to playing those fast games, and the ball pushed out on the backhand corner, just eludes the table, and there gives an opportunity for Karthikeyan to get back, bounce back perhaps. And there's a serve which Amal Raj uses to absolute advantage of his, ensures that the point is his. Perhaps Karthikeyan was waiting on the backhand corner. An absolute, he was trying to jabber it into the forehand corner, but then of course, yes, the ball had quite a lot of dip and had a lot of undercut as well. So perhaps that eliminated the opportunity to give the depth for Amal Raj to literally roll on it. And there's a service from Karthikeyan. Absolute point. It's a Karthikeyan absolutely frustrated at that point, because it was a net ball and it was an unfortunate point. And there it is, getting back on his nerves, and Karthikeyan just doesn't want to give up. He is absolutely putting so much of pressure on Amal Raj. Amal Raj is trying to do his best in terms of keeping his composure, and then ultimately failing on that particular serve when he puts the serve right into the net, probably trying to go very, very close to the net and not allowing Karthikeyan to literally go on a bang, and pays the price in terms of pushing the ball inside the net. And there's Karthikeyan again doing the same mistake, absolutely putting the ball back, and Probably Amal Raj is trying to do something different this time with the serve. His effort in trying to push the ball in the forehand corner and then rip it on the backhand, not yielding result, the ball just straightening out and then losing the focus of the table. There it is, Karthikeyan serving for the set. Absolute Jaffer from Amal Raj, Anthony Amal Raj. Look at that revolutions he has imparted even on a long ball. The long ball deliberately being served by Karthikeyan, and Amal Raj putting in more revolutions to ensure that the return from Karthikeyan balloons out. And again the riveting backhand of Amal Raj is getting inconsistent, perhaps, in terms of the number of times he's tried to use it and then bring it into play. Perhaps Karthikeyan is a bit, hasty, or perhaps he is a bit unnerved by the inconsistent dips and inconsistent returns that he has executed so far. And Amal Raj is just, floating around with those important points. Perhaps he's just waiting for Karthikeyan to make those errors, and there it is. A let call. Amal Raj on serve, leads 13. And there it is. The most important point for Amal Raj. He's on the lead now. We're waiting for Karthikeyan to. What a blaster that was. What a blaster that was on the forehand corner. Brilliant show by Karthikeyan. Not allowing Amal Raj to literally settle down, and Amal Raj is trying all his best to ensure that Karthikeyan is put out of his comfort zone. And there he is again, repeatedly getting back on those, on his absolute comfort zone. Amal Raj is not going to make too many errors. Perhaps a 7 out of 10 are going to go into the table. So effectively, these are the areas where Amal Raj is absolutely strong at, and he absolutely believes and trusts in his self-confidence in executing those shots. Karthikeyan, on the other hand, is trying to literally bewilder Amal Raj on those change of directions and change of the plans in terms of serves, but then that is not getting the required momentum. Perhaps Karthikeyan had his chances. He could have taken the game at any point of time. Then after a timeout, Karthikeyan comes back, the serve. And there's the serve from Karthikeyan. The ball just balloons out because the Karthikeyan obviously has imparted more spin into the ball over the regular serves that he has imparted, and that is where Amal Raj has and there it is, Karthikeyan literally not giving up. He's just simply throwing back everything, whatever Amal Raj has thrown at to him. And Amal Raj finally decides to go for the big kill. Unfortunately, the ball eludes the table. Karthikeyan again will serve. A very, very passive shot by Karthikeyan. Perhaps not expecting that to come out of the blade of Amal Raj. It was a very, very passive just paddle by Amal Raj. Very, very soft. Loose out abdin solvanga. In Tamil, literally they say. And again, this is another loose ball from Karthikeyan, literally doing the magic effectively. Now both the players are now getting into their streams, and then both are getting into their comfort zones as well as into their trial zones. And that is a very, very important point, which perhaps Amal Raj will try to probably try and this time ooze it out. No, again, not again. Karthikeyan is not going to give in that easily, and it's very apparent that they are getting into the almost getting into the clearance level of the second or the third game or the fourth game, I would say. At a stretch, so many points, and that shows resilience at its best in terms of. And now Karthikeyan is somebody who's decided, who's not going to give in. He said, I will take a game of Amal Raj, and he has done it. Effectively, after a long battle, Amal Raj finally yielding in, and Karthikeyan getting it one up. So effectively, it is Amal Raj who is leading 2-1 now. He has to win only one game, one set, whereas Karthikeyan will have to pull it back and then probably go for the kill. So effectively, there we are as it stands. Very, very interesting scenario. We'll jump into a very, very short break. We'll be back very soon. Subscribers, we are back. Karthikeyan is now oozing with confidence, I would say, after winning that set against Amal Raj. And Amal Raj is perhaps trying to literally shut down on Karthikeyan in this particular set to ensure that it doesn't get dragged onto the decider. Absolutely motivated is Karthikeyan. What a jammer that was. That was pelted with so much of power and precision. The ball just squeaked away after hitting the table in the end of Amal Raj, and Amal Raj is giving it back on the backhand, and this is exactly been the oscillating nature of the game between Karthikeyan and Amal Raj. What a game it is turning out to be. One of the best I would say in the entire TNTTA game. Amal Raj is absolutely trying to do a lot of things in terms of disrupting Karthikeyan and his thought process, and of course, yes, Karthikeyan is sticking on to his basic strengths in terms of landing the service shot and then probably destroying the loose balls. Amal Raj's serve. There it is. The ball just kisses the net, top of the net, and then bounces off. Of course, yes, nobody has got any sort of control in terms of such points, and the evolution of all this step around and then the top spin and then jerk it with so much of bounce has evolved, and then of course, yes, the customary way of handling it, that has also changed very, very considerably in terms of how the game has evolved, and these are all things which are being witnessed in this game. Karthikeyan with the serve, and that is disturbing Amal Raj to a very, very great extent, because onto the forehand, the service is on the forehand. Amal Raj is trying to paddle it. He just paddles it, and Karthikeyan is there to literally dismiss him with excellent authority. And this is exactly what he's been doing it consistently. And this again we found here now on the forehand corner. Karthikeyan tried to block it, then the block, rebounds because of the strength of the top spin. See, we see this repeatedly being done by Karthikeyan. He goes on to his backhand, uses a backhand serve, serves it close to the net, brings Amalraj into a paddle which is not comfortable, and then goes in for the switch. So see, again we find that, and this is exactly what is being done by Karthikeyan. So effectively, the thought on Karthikeyan is that as long as Amalraj is not going to change his strategy, I am going to go and do the same thing again and again. And now a long serve, absolutely meaningfully met by Karthikeyan, literally plundering this game away from Amalraj and taking it, making it 2-all. Amalraj losing the fourth set to Karthikeyan, making it 2-all, and then now they are going to jump into a decider. And what a game this has been turning out to be. We'll jump into a very, very short break. We'll be back very soon. Subscribers, viewers, patrons, we are in for the decider between the match between Amalraj and Karthikeyan. What a game it has been turning out to be. Amalraj winning the first 2 sets. Karthikeyan comes back with the next 2 sets. And now the decider, the Amalraj, is absolutely, berserk with his, the paddles. Again it is continuing. The same trend is continuing as we see. Karthikeyan again going back on his backhand, serving it very close, and then goes for the ripper. So effectively this has been successful. Perhaps he is not successful on 3 or 4 count, but then he doesn't mind. He doesn't want to change his strategy. He says, as long as the points keep coming, why would I change? So effectively that makes more sense, because this is something which we have found this to be happening consistently. So whenever there is consistency in certain happening, so you don't try to literally change whatever you are trying to do. And effectively we find that Karthikeyan's strategy, at least for the time being, or perhaps over the last 2 games, have given him the sets, have given him that consistency. There's Amalraj literally pouncing on that. He's getting more and more pantherish. I could see the pantherish effort from Amalraj. And here's Karthikeyan. It's not somebody who's going to be cowed down with an opponent of the stature of Anthony Amalraj. He says that, yes, I will do my homework. I put in my efforts. Although it is Anthony Amalraj, I will still fight to my end. Again, let us see what is the strategy this time going to be. And the same strategy. Absolutely same strategy. And Karthikeyan is perhaps he might have to have a relook, because Amalraj has identified, or perhaps he has understood that, yes, this is a strategy that you are using against me. And now probably he is imparting more, undercut into the balls, and effectively that perhaps is not giving the width or the bandwidth. And there's a change in Karthikeyan. He was delivering it all along near the net, and now there was a long service which eventually gave him a point. So effectively it is 5-3. Now Amalraj is turning tides to give in a change. And there's Karthikeyan slightly going in for that nuddle from that not very comfortable position. He just went ahead with his top spin, but then the ball gets carried away. And there's a change in strategy again from Amalraj, where Anthony Amalraj, where we find that he was all around serving it with his forehand, and now he goes back to the same strategy of what Karthikeyan was using, and immediately he found success. 2 points at a stretch, 2 points in a row for Anthony Amalraj. There's again the same strategy being used by Karthikeyan. He was almost successful there. Then unfortunately the ball just bundled out and ballooned out on his forehand loop. The same strategy again. And of course, yes, there's the miss. So effectively Karthikeyan is now becoming too predictable perhaps to Amalraj. He's leading 9-3 now, perhaps on the verge of victory. There's a point easily lost by Amalraj. 9-4 it is. The very high toss, the ball spinning almost tenaciously into the body of Karthikeyan. Karthikeyan just pushing it inside. There's another change in Karthikeyan's approach in terms of the serve. So he is not going back to his backhand serves. Now he is going in for the different forehand and both the serves he has been successful in terms of arresting the onslaught from Amalraj. That makes it 10-6 perhaps. Yes. And now probably Karthikeyan is trying to build up an aura or thought in the mind of Amalraj. And there it is, the final nail. Absolutely Jaffer of a contest between Karthikeyan and Amalraj. Brilliantly played by Karthikeyan, I would say. Absolutely masterminded very well by Amalraj. Fantastic viewing for the viewers. Not every day they get to see such fantastic matches, and that's the end to that wonderful match between Amalraj and Karthikeyan. Amalraj finally prevailing 3-2 over Karthikeyan. We'll jump into a very short break. The next match is between Manigandan and Pranav Janagiraman. And viewers, patrons as well as subscribers, please stay back. We'll get back very shortly. Viewers, we have Pranav, Janagiraman and Manikandan now fighting it out with each other. Manikandan, an absolute astute student of table tennis, and so is Pranav. Wonderful block by Pranav, getting him that point against Manikandan. Manikandan was absolutely cornered into that. And there's a slight push prod by Manikandan, taking the ball out. 2 consecutive points for Pranav. Wonderful table tennis is what we are witnessing at these dying moments of the day, and what wonderful work being done by both Pranav as well as Manikandan. Wonderful service from Manikandan. Literally pouncing on anything, whatever has been offered. And these days, youngsters have been absolutely spot on in terms of that step around and then hammering it with that merciless top spin, which carries so much of power, so much of spin on the ball. The opponent is not able to really control it because of the venomous top spin that or the revolutions which is being imparted. Absolutely Jaffer on the backhand of Pranav, not able to get that extra effort in terms of Manikandan to literally jam Pranav on the forehand, and that gives him that extra edge to ensure that it is evens 6-all in this first set. Wonderful reactions play by Pranav, getting him that extra point against Manikandan. Beautiful top spin, hammered with so much of bounce, and Pranav trying his best to bring bat and ball, only manages to contact, and then ultimately doesn't. And there it is, Manikandan losing out on that forehand top spin. Having done the hard work, he could have probably waited for a split second more, then hammered it in the forehand corner, but then that is not the case to be. Very well done. Manikandan is on absolute red hot form now, as he literally goes swaying it away and away. Pranav, after his match against the last game, he's been slightly out of form. Then again, he's got back into the form of his life. Well, he played against Siddharth. That was absolutely masterminded by Manikandan. First the straight or top spin onto the body, and then again on the top of the backhand. And Pranav did not have any clue as to what was happening in that particular point. Effectively, very well orchestrated by Manikandan. The slight push away from Manikandan, and Manikandan just going ahead with his forehands, top spin, but then not in a position to literally play that ball. Brilliant serve to get back on terms of the importance of that point. And there's the fantastic block and backhand top spin. The drive exerted with a little bit of bounce, and there's it. Manikandan drawing first blood, first set in favor of Manikandan. We'll take a very short break. We'll be back soon. Dear viewers, subscribers and patrons, what a wonderful game we are witnessing. The display la paakumbodhu there is a slight delay, but then direct up live paakumbodhu the speed at which these two youngsters are playing is absolutely brainstorming romba fast and this is what we are not able to see on the display la paakumbodhu there is a slight slowness in terms of the speed at which the balls are being driven, but then when we see it live, the balls are being hit like thunderbolts and they are all coming and traveling at amazing speed. So effectively this is all what we get to see when you see it live. Of course, yes, there is no regrets. We are all watching some very, very crucial, important matches played with high quality. Absolute skill set, absolute stuff. Pranav serving to Manikandan. The ball hisses the net and then goes to Manikandan, who's not able to control the ball and put it back. And again, the drive from Manikandan not really impactful in terms of fantastic overdrive on the forehand by Pranav, getting him that very, very important vital point, point number 9. That is a very, very passive point which was led off by Pranav. You should have had a measure of it. Oh, absolutely, Jaffer on the forehand, on the backhand, with both the flanks, the way these small youngsters are playing. It's been an absolute Jaffer in terms of witnessing these and then commentating. Oh, what a mind-boggling and what a way to finish that point. Manikandan on song now, red hot in terms of form. He's been a revelation, I would say. And that was a backhand Jaffer, which literally, was a very, very small and short and very, very slow ball. You're not able to really press it and loses the point. Second set taken by Pranav. One set all in this masterminding display of table tennis by all these youngsters. Various from representing various teams. They don't get tired at all, as we could see. They have been absolutely red hot in form. We'll take a very, very short break. We'll be back very soon. Welcome back, viewers and subscribers. We are there with the third set, one set each between Manikandan and Pranav. Absolutely very well camouflaged drop by Manikandan, not allowing Pranav to literally go to the ball. The let call, the ball from the neighboring table lands into the Yes, Pranav literally now crawling back after that wonderful performance in the second set. What a wonderful comeback on that. That is an extraordinary point by Pranav. Absolutely ravaging that in terms of the efforts of Manikandan, literally spawning it and then literally pantherish with a pantherish thread. He just gloms it at one and then gets that point. And this is very, very high quality stuff, I tell you. Brilliant work by Manikandan. Manikandan literally not letting it go. He's not the one who's going to let it go like that. He's a fighter all the way. So is Pranav. And look at the way they have been playing. Absolute jaffers. The speed at which both of them are executing the forehand loops as well as the backhand drives. Both the flanks, both of them are exceedingly good. And we see high performance, high quality table tennis at AKG Nehru Stadium here, being the 30th, the year end. Wonderful, wonderful top spin by Manikandan, ensuring that the point is his on the backhand of Pranav. That was a very, very fortunate point for Manikandan, unfortunate point to lose for Pranav. Brilliant blaster of a point for Pranav. Absolutely schemed it well. The faster you bowl, the faster I hit. So say the West Indians in cricket. And that is what Manikandan just now did. The fast serve was dismissed nonchalantly by Manikandan, and of course, yes, the slower of the balls, the redefining forehand loop from Pranav, definitely not helping Manikandan in terms of releasing the slower deliveries. He is absolutely adept in hammering those which are very fast, but then the slower deliveries, the slower balls are giving a lot of concern to Manikandan. Makes it 6-all. 1 set all, evens all the way. Top spin from Manikandan, just eluding the table. That was very unfortunate. Perhaps a misjudgment of the speed of the ball. That was an absolute ballooning full top spin on the forehand. The step aside and then drive with so much of revolutions imparted on the ball. And Pranav was able to get a better of Manikandan that time. And this time it is for Pranav to literally hammer it down the forehand corner of Manikandan. Gets a very, very important point to go 3 points ahead against Manikandan. And that's a fantastic finish in terms of the point, as Pranav was literally giving an impression he was going to go down the center of the table, but then went on the far corner. And there's it. Pranav grabs the third set, goes 2 sets up, 2 sets to 1 up. And now this is the 4th set is coming up. Manikandan perhaps will have to come with different strategies to take out this particular set. We'll get back very shortly after a very, very small break. Welcome back, subscribers, viewers. What a match we are witnessing now between Pranav Janakiraman and Manikandan. It's becoming an absolute red hot match in terms of performance by both. Absolute super speed drives, what we are witnessing from both, are an astonishment to all the onlookers. That's a Jaffer from Manikandan on the backhand of Pranav. And that's a very, very fortunate point for Pranav. The ball just slicing the edge of the table and then running away. Manikandan absolutely desperate not to have got that to the table. The whacker from Manikandan, so to say, straight into the body of Pranav. Pranav not able to really control it. The loser deliveries, the loser ball, the balls which are sent back with a little bit of pace, impactful, with less pace perhaps, have been absolutely winning points for Pranav. Manikandan perhaps is trying to go on the overdrive to ensure that the aggressive points are met, but unfortunately Pranav intelligently breaks down those faster balls and then sends it with a little bit of less pace. As a result, Manikandan has been struggling on those areas, and the last point that was won by Pranav has been sent with a little bit of more pace than the other two balls, which effectively ensured that Pranav's action of literally pushing it into the body of Manikandan worked. So effectively this is the strategy which we are seeing from both. The forehand booming topspin from Pranav is giving quite a lot of concern to Manikandan, because he is able to block to a couple of balls, but when Pranav becomes more consistent in terms of the topspin, Manikandan is not able to literally post or bisect the balls and then push them back. So effectively this has been a trend what we are witnessing, and I'm sure Manikandan will be thinking about it. Then there he goes in for a timeout, expectedly, as he probably wants to just recall as to what exactly is going wrong with the communication between him and his bat, perhaps as to why he is not able to land all the balls. Consistency suddenly drops down by even 2%. There will be an impact in terms of the number of points that you lose. At least around about 2 to 3 points you lose in an even contest. Then that makes sense, because even a 2-point difference could give you the game. So nobody is going to ask you how many points you lost. It's only going to be said as to how you won. You have won, that's it. So effectively Pranav is probably putting in those extra bits into his game and then trying to work on the speed variations, where Manikandan was consistent in terms of hammering the ball down when the ball was traveling the same speed. So perhaps the drop in speed has given a little bit of a bit of a jittery or a niggle to Manikandan, and perhaps that is very, very clearly visualized and documented. Pranav on serve. Fantastic drives, both on the backhand by Manikandan. He is not going to give in, he is not going to leave, he is not going to get tamed down by the speed variations of Pranav. And there it is, Manikandan literally getting back onto that particular match in the set. There it is. There it is. Literally Manikandan capturing back those important points. Perhaps serving it on the body of Pranav. And Pranav has been absolutely impactful in terms of pushing back the top drives, the forehand top drives, top spins of his into the table. And Manikandan has been absolutely spot on, although, but despite him being so. And there it is, the ball just eluding the table, going out for Manikandan to get back into this match. 2 sets all it is. Time for a break. We'll take a short break. Welcome back, viewers. We're seeing a fantastic match between Pranav and Manikandan. And what a way to literally change sides. Manikandan literally were pantherish on the forehand and the forehand drives and the backhand drives. Getting quickly to the 5-mark point. Manikandan literally going out of control now. Literally scheming through this game without any mercy. That's what I could see, at least from the first 6 points that has been taken. The first point that has been eked out by Pranav. And there is the stiffness, and the clusters are getting established. First with Manikandan in terms of 6 points, and then again with Pranav the next 3 points. So and we see some sort of a consistency in terms of the clusters in terms of losing points as well by Manikandan. So effectively, this goes to show that nobody can literally say that yes, I am winning the game because of this particular reason. So effectively, that is exactly what 5-7, 8-4. And the extra point given to Manikandan. Very well crafted point that was by Manikandan. Absolute stunner that was. Match given away by Pranav. He had it in his control, but then of course yes, Manikandan is not somebody who will leave that. Just gets back with absolute jabber. Manikandan wins this 3-2 against Pranav Janakiraman. Absolutely happy as Manikandan. Spare a thought for Pranav. Played very well against Manikandan. And of course, yes, both exhibited high class table tennis here at AKG in this Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium, Chennai. And now the next match is going to be between Kaushika and Kavyashree. Both of them absolute beauties in terms of playing table tennis at the state level. They have contested against each other in previous occasions, national level as well as the state level. Both of them are big demons and they rip apart any opponent on their particular day. So effectively we have a very interesting match which is coming up. 2 minutes of practice time, perhaps restricted to 1 minute now. We'll get into a very short break. We'll revert very shortly. Welcome viewers, subscribers and patrons. We are witnessing the match between Kavyashree and Kaushika. And what a jaffer of a match. 2 consecutive back-to-back matches between Amal Raj and Karthikeyan, and Manikandan and Pranav Janakiraman. Both went to the wire. And what we are witnessing is something phenomenal table tennis in this AKG. Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium, Chennai. Absolute mind-boggling table tennis is what we are witnessing here. Kaushika on serve. There's a blaster from Kaushika. Kavyashree not having any clue as to what hit her. Again going in for that, drive, but unfortunately not able to meet the table. Perhaps Kaushika is making Kavyashree move, and that has got her off guard in terms of executing that forehand drive. And there's a blaster from Kaushika. Kavyashree not able to move literally on the forehand, and perhaps she says, I'll wait and wait for my chances. Let call. The drive from Kaushika not hitting the table because of the exerting a little bit of more velocity on the ball. That is required. So perhaps got probably flummoxed on the speed control which was executed by Kavyashree. So yes, and there is a forehand drive from Kavyashree resulting in a point on the on a very angled note on the forehand corner by Kavyashree. The precision by which Kaushika, knocks off those, the drives into the body whenever the balls are, slightly pushed up with a forehand, and that is, something which she's been very consistent with that. Perhaps on the forehand, not on the backhand, because we have not seen her consistently doing it on the backhand. So, effectively, this is one area where we keep ourselves, and there while we were talking, the backhand drive on the slightly higher ball was ramped in with so much of power in the backhand on the body of Kavyashree, and effectively that was the point which was earned. Now, in terms of the consistency, what we were talking again on the forehand, the high ball, that was dismissed absolutely out of the table. So effectively there has been contrasting hindsights as well as contrasting debatable perhaps performances or responses from these players. So when it comes into the body, you just knock it back, and when it goes out of your content area, immediately you try to go in for a drive. So effectively this is what we have seen in terms of formation of sequences. We will get into a short break. We'll get back shortly. Subscribers, we're back, and Kavyasri is on serve now. The short jab by Kaushika, just grazing the net and then falling out, and that is causing a little bit of concern for Kaushika at the moment. The paddled spin with a little bit of ineffective movement by Kavyasri is giving a lot of concern to Kaushika. The ball just flies out after hitting the net. So effectively, this we have seen as a repetitive activity which is happening both with people who have absolute control as well as people who have a defensive mechanism to thwart the opponent. The final blast from Kavyasri coming in, but then the ball is just missing the table and flies out with so much of power. It was injected into the orbit. The second or the third repeat shot, or the repeat, that exactly is the area where perhaps we have seen the second. This is the third time we have seen that happening, where absolute reflexes that was in the forehand as well as, and Kavyasri not really moving out of her place because of her height perhaps, and she just covers that entire forehand area and then waits there on the backhand part to ensure that the ball is pushed back. So effectively we have seen there is the second, this is the fourth time it is happening. The second or the third counter, what happens when you have a repetitive rally, the third counter gets off the block. So Kavyasri has lost 4 points on this particular direction over the last two games. That was brilliant maneuvering by Kavyasri, ensuring that the ball is always on the table, and effectively ensuring that she doesn't lose focus on the returning part, effectively blocking it so well to ensure that the rally is always there. She has never missed out those areas where there is, and there exactly, this is the sixth time that is happening to Kavyasri. And the third attack in the similar pattern, there is an error. Either the ball brushes the net and goes out, or the ball gets into the net. That was a blaster of a shot from the backhand corner by Kavyasri. Perhaps Kaushika was expecting it on the forehand corner, but then the ball was deposited very nonchalantly into the backhand corner. Precision by Kavyasri. Kavyasri on serve. And this time she has been successful because the second ball, 1 ball, 2 balls, and there the attack stops. So effectively, if it is going to be a continuing affair, third or the fourth ball, there has been error. Wonderfully knit and wonderfully eked out point by Kavyasri. And there's the point which Kavyasri wanted very badly, and she got it. Effectively, that seals up the second set. Kavyasri wins the second set once at all. We'll jump into a very short break. We'll be back very soon. Welcome back, viewers and subscribers as well as patrons. We are witnessing the match between Kavyasri and Kaushika. Both are pitted against each other, friends of the board, and of course, yes, now they are playing against each other again for different teams. One is playing for Salem Super Kings, the other is playing for Turtles. Neelangarai Turtles they call. Neelangarai Amaigal அப்படின்னு பேரு. நீலாங்கரையில் இருக்கும் ஆமைகள் அப்படின்னு எடுத்துக்கலாமா என்னன்னு தெரியல. சேலம்ல இருக்கிற சூப்பர் கிங்ஸ் அப்படின்னு எடுத்துக்கலாமான்னு தெரியல. Wonderful table tennis is what we are witnessing. That is what at least we could digest and recognize. The booming topspin goes a bit wide outside, and that gives that extra pointer to Kaushika. Let call because the ball getting into the area of play from a neighboring table. Wonderful drive down the backhand of Kaushika. Kaushika not able to literally get it back. The backhand whip onto the forehand of Kaushika. This is the third time that is happening where Kaushika has not been able to literally control and put the ball inside. So effectively, this is getting into a formation of a sequence where Kaushika, although has wonderful rally on both the flanks by both the players. So exciting to watch both of them, literally pushing it across both the flanks, and absolute stunner of a match between Kaushika and Kavyasri. Point very well earned by Kaushika. 5-all. This third set. Evens in this third set. The crashing drive, the forehand corner. Kavyasri just misses out on an inch or less than an inch perhaps. Wonderful drive in the backhand corner by Kaushika. Absolutely self-assuming and unassuming shot onto the backhand corner, and this is what will literally differentiate the champion with ordinary players. I'm sure Kavyasri has got many shots on a similar note, because these people have been playing for quite a long time. They know the importance of literally pushing the ball in at different speeds and with absolutely camouflaged intentions in terms of your body movements. So effectively, these are all the combined efforts which happens between body, mind, as well as your hand-eye coordination with execution from the bat. Kavyasri pushing this out of the table, getting a very vital point for Kaushika. As Kavyasri sends one racing into the backhand corner of Kaushika. Kaushika not able to retrieve it, just hangs out the bat there, and the ball just bumps out of the table. Wonderful smash down the backhand forehand corner of Kaushika. Kavyasri is not able to literally pound herself into these strokes, which is absolutely adept in. He starts off very slowly, but then As the game progresses, she is able to execute all these strokes with mastermind class and accuracy. So that's exactly where Kavyasri is very strong at. She's as and when the game advances, she is able to put the ball, throw the ball, as well as catch the ball where she intends the ball to mean to drop. So effectively, that is an area where Kavyasri has literally broken everybody's back on. It gives that extra point at 10, and Kaushika just wanders at a very, very crucial level. Probably gets back one. Will she be able to hold it back for one more point? That's what we'll have to see as Kavyasri prepares for the second serve on her turn. Bangs the ball out, and that's a point which was given away. Both the flanks, when you play with both the flanks, when you play on both the flanks, effectively you try to literally overdo because you know that the opponent is going to be waiting there, and you try to just mastermind it with a slightly different cross connection, and there you flounder. So effectively that is where perhaps Kavyasri was undone. So again she gets that point back very, very soon, and she leads 11-10 in this third set. And there's a smashing one drive on the forehand, and that's where she is so adept at. And effectively the third set is sealed in favor of Kavyasri. Yes, 2 sets in favor of Kavyasri, 1 set in favor of Kaushika. We'll take a very, very short break. We'll be bouncing back very, very soon. Subscribers, viewers, as well as patrons, please stay back. The viewers, subscribers, and patrons, we are witnessing the last match for this evening between Kaushika and Kavyashree. Kavyashree is on the lead now. This is the fourth set. 2 sets to 1 she leads. And she is leading 5 points to 3 against Kaushika. Kaushika has taken a time out. And it is going to be an absolute jaffer in terms of this set. In case Kaushika is able to capture this, then it will get into a decider. I do not know whether whether Kavyashree has got any other ideas in thwarting Kaushika. No, I think as of now it is on song for Kavyashree as the wonderful serve from Kaushika, getting her a point there. Of course, yes, maybe not very significant enough in terms of thwarting Kavyashree. How close can she take her? That's what we'll have to see. Perhaps it is 7-5 now, and Kavyashree needs to just retain her serves to ensure that she wins this set. The lead ball, lead call. Yes, 1 point brought back by Kaushika. Timeout call given by Kavyashree. Perhaps trying to get on to find out what exactly is troubling her. She has to get about 2 or 3 more points to seal the set and the match. And Kaushika again gets some time to discuss with her team as to what exactly it is going to be in order to bring it out and get that famed game out of Kavyashree. We'll jump into a very short break. We'll get back very shortly. Dear subscribers, viewers, patrons, we are back. The match between Kaushika and Kavyashree that was left thudding into the backhand of Kavyashree, with the ball raced away. Absolute mesmerizing placement by Kavyashree on the forehand corner of Kaushika. There is a cuckoo from Kaushika, not giving any sort of help. Of course, yes, Kavyashree is now just a point away from sealing this set as well as the match. And there comes the serve from Kavyashree, and that's it. Kavyashree it is who has won this probably 1 more point to go, and effectively, yes. Probably we are not able to get the points on line as Kavyashree prepares to serve again. Undone, and Kavyashree wins this game against Kaushika, and it's evens between Nilagarai Turtles and Salem Super Kings. As I have a feeling that they have won evens in terms of the games that we have played. So we'll have to check it out with the statistics team. Of course, yes, Sharwani beat Fiona. Karthikeyan lost to Amalraj. That makes it 1-all. Manikandan beat Pranav. That makes it 2-1 in favor of Super Kings. And Kaushika has beaten Kavyashree. So that makes it 3-1 in favor of Super Kings. And there are 3 more games to be played that will be played tomorrow. So this is CN Sridhar here signing off from AKG Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium, Chennai. After the Tamil Nadu Table Tennis Association's TNTTA VAVE League that is being played. And I think the doubles is all set to